Hello, everyone, and welcome to round two of the FIDE Women's World Championship match. I'm here with Grandmaster Toms. How are you?
Hi, hello everybody. First of all, and I'm good. I'm good. Excited to be here once again. And yeah, it's a beautiful morning, at least for me here. Not anymore morning for the players though, and they have to be fully awake. We can be sitting here calmly with our coffees once again, just enjoying the good games. And how are you today?
I'm doing really well. I'm really glad that you mentioned the whole coffee thing. I struggled to wake up this morning, but honestly, it's fixing my sleeping patterns. So I'm not too worried about falling asleep at night, especially after these long days. What is your usual sleeping pattern like? What time do you wake up? What time do you go to bed?
Oh, that's sorry. Do you
Wow.
hear me too? Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, it's roughly 7 in the morning. So I am always struggling when actually in the tournament the games are very late starting, and which benefits I think the average chess player who likes to have the games at 3 p.m. and just to wake up at 11 and and then just to have calm breakfast and prepare and so on. But yeah.
Yeah, we
Uh,
are completely different in that regard.
but I think that from what I have spoken, it generally changes for all the chess players the moment the family life comes into picture.
Yeah, that's true. I know how many sacrifices you have to make when starting a family. I do see that the game has begun. And
Yeah.
I actually made a prediction in the chat, Tom's. They had a whole prediction in Twitch chat, and I donated a whole 1,000 points towards my guess that was C4 as the first move.
And you got it absolutely right. Congrats.
Thank you so much. I'm counting that as a big win today.
And
So,
so we do have an English opening already on the board,
yes.
and very mainstream line, I would say, like just this kind of classical approach, just fighting for the center immediately. Also, uh, from the black side, yeah, we do have a good note in the chat that the live board does not seem to be live at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to contact our support team to see what's going on over there.
And so yeah, there are different approaches to how you can play against the English opening. Knight f6 is one of the ways. Usually though, what we see is that those people who like to play with e5, they do start with e5 immediately in order to prevent moves like d4 or knight f3 that will stop them from going e5.
Mm.
So that is curious, the move order, why specifically this uh, first knight f6 and only then e5 after knight c3. But 100% there is some sort of hidden preparation idea why in this exact move order there was some line that she didn't want to play or wanted to play. It's very hard to get into the players' heads without knowing that. And yeah, immediately already played the line with g3, which is still the main line. The other approach how we can play here is simply with somewhere with e3, d4 earlier on, or just sitting up with e4, but that opens up a very nasty square for black's pieces on d4. So g3 for that reason is by far the most common move. And now immediately very direct approach by Ju and Jun, just going for the open game, open center. Alternatively, you can go for moves like bishop b4, and after bishop g2, then castles and play a more closed kind of game. And then you can choose between d6, which is a calmer move, or go aggressively with e4, which always promises very exciting games. I do like those positions that arise there, just from the perspective of how uh, fun they promise to be.
Yeah, what happens after e4 there? Does the knight have to go to g5?
Yeah, as always, again, white has the choice. Either you are a calm player and you go knight e1, or you go knight g5, entering some little bit more murky territory, let's say that, and then there are moves like f3, and this whole position is very, very weird looking. And then again, black can choose d5, queen e7 as the moves, but as all the openings, if you play it perfectly, they end with a draw.
Oh
Always
no.
there is just
Spoiler alert.
equality. But we don't play them perfectly, never as well. So that is why more exciting positions promise something uh, more fun. Uh, and d5 is the way just to uh, yeah, play very, very classical kind of stuff. So what happens in the game? There's an exchange. Bishop, of course, goes to g2. We will not see like yesterday e3, bishop e2. If you play g3, we are gonna go bishop g2. And
A knight b6 here feels
yeah,
mandatory.
yeah, knight b6 is by far the main move. But Ju did not play that. She played bishop c5.
I suppose that's another way to stop d4.
Yes, exactly. So this is White's idea somewhere to play d4, and after d4, when the center opens, the bishop from g2 can be very, very powerful, attacking all the knights, the pawn on b7, and so on. How is your experience with the English opening? Are
That's a
you
great question. I'm not a
familiar?
huge fan facing it with black. That's why one of the first lines that I learned was c4 e5, which is like the reverse Sicilian and more within my comfort zone. And then I started exploring different lines. I only played c4, I think, once or twice in my life, but more ironically, transposing to like the Botvinnik system and so on. What about you? Do you like the English?
Mm, I like to play against it.
Oh, really? What are your
Yeah.
weapons of choice against the English?
Oh, I guess I'm not gonna reveal all the preparation here, no. But yeah, there's a quite a big choice for black, and the positions most of the time won't be just completely like dull and boring. So I guess when I want to be solid, I do prefer c5, like c4, c5 as
Okay.
the main ones, and just playing it rather symmetrically, just keeping the center and yeah, that's one way. Another way is just indeed all those lines with e5, and I do enjoy some of the funny lines exactly against this setup sometimes to delay with the development of the knight, keeping it back on g8, and just
Oh,
quickly going for bishop c5, d6, putting bishop back, and when white plays g3, they are met with h5, h4, some attacking ideas.
I've seen this before. I really like the attacking options here for black, at least the resources available. But I always worry that with bishop c5, that white will be able to gain a tempo with like e3, d4. And how do you deal with that?
Yeah, we simply put the bishop back on a7, and it
So you allow
is,
it. Okay.
yeah, it's a long range piece, and I feel comfortable with it later on, joining the game. And once white puts e3, d4, if you don't take on d4 immediately, what happens is that the white's dark square bishop also is not doing too much.
Hmm.
So it's a bit stuck, and then in the right moment you can take, and the bishop becomes a very, very big attacker on the d4.
Okay, I'm learning
Um,
so many new things. Gonna use this in my tournament in a couple weeks. 100%.
but objectively, it is more of a fast chess line, not as a classical chess line.
I see. Yeah. As long as
So
it's easy theory to memorize or just remember, then it's all good. Also, I see everybody joining us in chat today. Hello, good morning. Hope you all have your coffee and are ready for what I'm hoping will be an action packed game today. Oh, and the live position is also very different now. I'm seeing the queen on d5 in the live position.
yeah, so we already have more development, so players are deep in their preparation.
Mm-hmm.
So d3, just a very classic setup for white here. You have to get the bishop out, so of course you go with the d3 rather than b3, just to develop some bigger control in the center, which is one of the priorities in the opening phase. h6, I guess simply to take control of the g5 square against bishop g5, or in some cases, if he would go now bishop e6, then that not to be hit by knight g5, which would be very problematic actually, because the knight would be hit 2 times with these pieces, and we would not be able to
Hmm.
move the bishop away. So h6 is just such a prophylactic move, trying to set up the perfect kind of opening. Bishop e6, then I would assume later on something like bishop b6, or maybe a5, and f5 could be the follow-up if white doesn't do anything
I was gonna
whatsoever.
ask about f5, how sound that could be, especially with queen b3 options as well. Would you try to play your king to h8 first, or just play bishop e6 first?
I think I would feel comfortable with bishop on e6 if it would be standing there, and I would take care of my bishop on c5, that it's not hanging. Like it's not exactly hanging because nobody's attacking it, but it's one of those pieces that nobody's protecting. And the moment you have some pieces that are not protected, there's a chance that suddenly some tactics are just gonna appear. And I'm always on a lookout uh, not to have any hanging pieces, so it
Mm.
may just reduces my possibility to blunder.
Hmm.
And I would say exactly like yesterday you were a little bit touched like about the topic that grandmasters are somehow sometimes doing something brilliant, but exactly these kind of simple things, just making sure that you cannot blunder, is very often that makes your game look good.
Oh no, don't ruin this like pedestal I've put all grandmasters on. Yeah, I've held them and I've held you guys in high stead for very long because I aim to at least try to be a grandmaster one day. Still have some hopes at 28. But yeah, I understand. Limiting your blunders just by protecting your pieces seems simple but very powerful.
Yeah, the tactics are not gonna come now, but they could come in few moves. And then there's one move that you have to waste because your piece can be attacked with a tempo.
Mm.
It can be the decisive factor, really. You
Right,
never
that's
know.
why
It could have.
a5. Because I assume that here maybe black doesn't want to give up the dark square bishop. So, with your suggestion of a5, would you then play bishop a7?
I'm not actually certain how useful is the a5 because I simply want to
Hmm.
retreat with the bishop back. But my concern was that maybe white would go and try to pick up this bishop. So
Hmm.
that's why I was looking for some extra space to keep it on this powerful diagonal,
Yeah.
because it is a very strong diagonal. A long one, attacking opponent's king. F2 square can be somewhat uncomfortable sometimes. So if you can keep it there, it can be a very big strength. So, but it's hard for white not to do anything here as well. White do need to do something. Like you have to keep playing, and that's why knight d5 is a very logical follow-up. Now, before the bishop comes to e6, just taking it, we're drawing out black's queen, so that later on you would have to spend the tempo on a queen at some point. Like immediately, there's nothing dangerous, but you can't keep your queen under the bishop for the entire game. You're gonna have to move it.
Right. Of course. I was looking at if you were to retreat the queen, Where would you put it? D6?
D6 is very common because it does keep the eye on a knight
Mm.
in case the bishop wants to take it sometime later. And in the same time, it does defend the e5 pawn as well. And if we compare it with retreating back to d8, it still gives us an option to play one of the rooks immediately to d8 square. So yes, queen d6. I would probably go to d6 if I would retreat with the queen. But I think what's interesting right now is that Jun is already thinking 10 minutes on this move.
Wow.
This is very, very surprising because this I think is still rather known position. White hasn't done anything unusual, so if she was preferring against English, then yeah, that is somewhat surprising that she's thinking right now, because she did blitz out h6 rather quickly, which is the main move,
Yeah.
and after h6, knight takes d5 is once again by a big margin the main move. So would expect that afterwards, when white plays again the main move, which is bishop d2, that she would know how to react on it like immediately.
Wow. That's true. Okay, well, is this a live position? Yes, it is. Queen d6 was indeed played. So instead of developing the bishop, once again, just prophylactically stepping the queen aside and away from any immediate threats, playing very solidly. And you have mentioned, I think, as well yesterday, that Ju is a very solid player, and it's difficult, and that's why she's benefited in the long, like match formats because of her ability to stay consistent in that regard.
And here we also have one of those positions where white is giving up seemingly space. Like black has bigger control over the board at the moment, but white is giving up it with doing less moves with the pawns, and just in every move developing a new piece. And as a result, they have a slight lead in development
Mm-hmm.
and are looking to target maybe some weaknesses but in the black's position later on in the middle game for this reason that the pieces are simply more active. And how do you generally prefer your positions? Do you prefer to be on the side which has grabbed all the space on the board? Or do you prefer to be just sneakily from behind, just with less space, but just with a active piece play taking over the game?
It depends, actually, because I do like having the space, especially then you often have the option of attacking on either side of the board if you have space in the center, for instance. But I've also quite enjoyed setups like Benoni for black. So, that like quiet. I mean, I am a French player, so that should also sort of answer the question for you. Starting without space and then slowly having breaks of, c5 and f6. And
But you
yeah.
did mention though that you also don't particularly enjoy it, what's happening there.
Oh, yes, the trauma that comes along with playing the French. I guess that is just my comfort zone at the moment. I'm trying to learn other openings, but it's taking a while. Yeah.
And
What about you?
that's it.
Do you
Oh,
enjoy open positions? Sorry.
yeah, I do. I do enjoy open positions, and I do enjoy going forward with my pawns
Yeah.
for an aggressive assault on the opponent there, like whenever it's possible. But
Mm-hmm.
I try not to do it too eagerly anymore. I try to do it in a kind of smart way, mature way. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes I do go too crazy, but it used to be the case for me when I was playing in all the junior tournaments in the junior ages, then I just went with everything forward.
YOLO. You know, sometimes you just gotta YOLO.
Uh, and
Oh
now
no.
we had Queen d6. Queen d6, I guess, was not exactly the main move. How I'm checking here, the main move was in this position a5,
Mm.
which is interesting. And then after bishop c3, actually it is Queen e6 in this case.
Oh, I've seen something very similar. Would the idea then be to bring the bishop to b7 instead?
I'm not entirely sure what could be the idea. I would guess that it could also do with the fact that after some moves like rook d8, we have already some pressure along the d file, and e4 could be a direct threat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
Uh,
I do like that.
say white plays something like a3, we can just put rook on d8, and our the e4 is a threat, so we have to play something like queen c2, and then we could.
Knight
Oh
d4.
my
Okay, never mind.
God.
Yes.
94. Yeah, 94 is
The engine doesn't
risky.
like it.
I think it's very risky structurally. Oh, because we have those weaknesses on the C file.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We have also the C7 pawn, which is hanging. We have a C5 bishop, which is hanging, and this is what I mean. That it's like you have some things that are not protected in your position, and then at some point, some lines simply don't work out for you anymore. And when
Right,
we play
because
Queen
bishop takes
C7 here,
d4. I suppose if knight takes d4, then yeah, black is very happy. Bishop takes. Yeah.
yeah, bishop
Then you
takes,
don't
and
really
then
know
black
what to do.
both of those.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why Queen e7 is an approach here. We both open up the possibility to develop a bishop here and defend both of the undefended pieces on the position. So it is very, very universal. White could put more pressure along the c file, and again, we can just defend everything. Yeah, this would be one of the ways how to play here from the black side. Just taking a quick look in the database on how the games have progressed here, the number of the draws from this position is
Astronomical.
yes, it's just alarming.
Yeah,
The draw
I see that now. Yeah, I also clicked on the database little button over there, and I just see like draw, 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 draw. It's a very artistic approach, pun intended. All right. So,
and so Queen d6, Bishop c3, and now maybe still we play Rook d8, or now we do we use the fact that everything is defended here, and we go for knight d4 immediately.
mhm.
I guess for me as a coach, it would be would feel wrong right now to be going knight d4, but while we still have so many undeveloped pieces. Just to
How
finish
about
development.
thinking out loud? How about f5? Bear with me. You don't develop the bishop yet because you want to protect b7. So that queen b3 isn't a huge threat. Then it's like check, you move the king away, but f5 and suddenly you have a lot of space.
It does look positionally appealing. It just worries me from the fact that we are still not developing pieces. And if we cannot be hit by some very, very annoying tactics. So first idea that comes to my mind is if that knight takes e5 gives any sort of an advantage for white here. With the point being that after we take on e5, we fork these two pieces.
Oh my goodness. I didn't even see that. And there's no
And if we do,
intermediate move. Yeah?
yeah, we do retreat with the bishop, we are just without the pawn. So it's almost like we are supposed to give up the bishop. And in so very, very open position after white will take on c5, I would be very worried about these two bishops being so active.
A little bit. It's crazy how one move can make things go so horribly wrong. Story of my life.
I'm sure it's not that bad as you make it sound.
It's always a nightmare, but it's okay. I'm learning to not play f5 impulsively, but rather develop instead. Yeah, so I did take a look at the engine, and it also likes the idea of playing rook d8, especially right now, and then eventually probably bringing out the light squared bishop while it finds its feet. Maybe.
Yeah, since I guess knight e5 is simply a threat right now. So one way how black tends to deal with it, sometimes in the opening, if you go a few moves back, is I don't know if you can manage to set it up here right now, but I guess it's gonna be hard to get it out. Those pieces, I know that f6 is a bad move here right now in this move order. Just for the idea, I want to set up the setup is that they develop pieces in this sort of manner, and even
Yes.
though if those pieces would get exchanged, the e5 pawn is solidly defended, and
Mm-hmm.
also we have taken care of the g5 pawn. So, and then we don't have to worry about these kind of tactics like knight e5, and because of that, I guess bishop c3 in those positions are not that common, and they are not played really.
So maybe it's a
So
bit more
now,
difficult with h6 on the board to play f6 as well.
yeah, now f6, I would very much be concerned about, as we are having an alarming big number of pawns on the dark squares.
It's a party on the dark squares. You're combating the power of the bishop on c3 at the expense of really weak light squares. But at least
Uh,
there's no knight takes e5.
yeah, that is true. That's true. But I guess we have to ask ourselves, which is more useful? Uh, do we like rook d8 better, or do we like f6 better and for it to stay on the f8? Since both of those moves do stop white from taking on e5 and
Mm,
then using this tactic. Since rook d8 move controls the d4 square one more time, and now in this case we would be just able to take it.
right. Well, if we were going to try and make people happy, especially Ben Feingold, who doesn't like pushing the f pawn at all, maybe rook d8 would be a safer option.
Whenever, uh, again, like it's relatively simple, but in a long time, like when you do it multiple times in a game, I have noticed that it does improve the position quite a lot. Is that when you have a threat, and if you can take care of this threat by doing something really useful for you in the position, in the best case scenario, something that you would like to do anyways, that is gonna be a safe bet for the best move in the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the safer the better. Words to never live by if you're a tactician, or Mikhail Tell. That was a
So,
bad joke.
other sorry, I was invested in a position, thinking on the other moves from the black side here.
Uh-huh.
Uh, just trying to really see, since she's already thinking again for more than 10 minutes, so she must be out of the preparation for sure. She's
Mm-hmm.
playing on her own. Queen d6, she just played because this is the most common square where you retreat with the queen in these kind of positions where fianchetto bishop is attacking it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I think that's why she played it, but she does not know the position. And yeah, this is if she was not heavily prepared for the bishop c5 line, I wonder why didn't she just play the classical line with knight b6?
True. Yeah, not allowing. Well, I suppose bishop c5 is also quite a nice way, as we said, to stop d4, with knight b6 being the main move to also just allow the queen to control the d4 square, and white will not be able to counter in the center. Um, how cool would it be, though, if we had a spy in China right now with like a body cam to see the chess players, see how they're sitting or how they're acting. Maybe on the official broadcast, there's a camera of the players and we can get some live updates in chat. But it would be nice to see, if she's deep in thought right now or whether she's just sitting back having some tea, trying to remember her lines. But yeah, 10 minutes is a lot of time to spend just outside of the opening.
And now, just quickly checked in the database, at least the one that I have access to. And Queen e7, as far as I can see, has not yet been played in this position. Already it was getting way and way out of the common book and knowledge, but in this position still there had been games also by high-rated players with rook d8. There had been some games a5. Bishop e6 was commonly played here, but queen e7, I don't see any games. So, and just judging from the fact that it is not preparation, she's thinking on the board, by the board, and playing a mode that's never been played. I guess we could conclude that Tan should be having a rather good position now, and yeah, she has to figure out how to capitalize on these small inaccuracies, maybe by Ju and June here.
Tell me quickly, Toms, is knight takes e5 still possible here?
I am not sure. Let's check it out. It's not our pieces. We can try to sacrifice them for.
Of course, the best pieces to sacrifice is not our own, so I agree with that. And then d4.
Oh, so d4, rook d8. And now we have to find a way.
Queen a4. Wait. Maybe?
Maybe it works. It's
right, because the only way to attack the queen. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, it seems like black has a lot of tactics here, but perhaps the white bishops are strong enough. So yeah, as you started to say, I guess bishop d7, yeah.
Yeah, bishop d7 being the only way to attack the queen now also blocks the attack of d4, so the queen can just retreat to safety here. Maybe queen c2 or... Yep.
Yeah, now we are gonna pick up one of these guys. And also the b7 pawn later on is gonna be under attack.
Yummy. That is awesome.
Oh, that would be good.
Maybe we'll see that actually happen on the live board. I also like this new feature that they've added. Sorry, I keep interrupting you. But they've added a really cool feature on the broadcast page that you can replace the chat with a live board, which allows you to analyze on your own as well on Lichess. So GG to Lichess for implementing that.
Yeah, that is very cool. And yeah, here, of course, you always have to take in account that black could simply retreat with the bishop in these positions. And we are forced to take. And then white needs to judge if actually you achieved anything with this exchange. And I think in this case, it's not that much. White has more pieces developed, but black also has one more active rook. And I think in just few moves, when you play c6 and get the bishop out somewhere, it's gonna be very, very equal. So that's why we see rather quick knight d2 already played by Tan here. So it's also, if you don't take on e5, you want to regroup the knight and you want to open up this powerful bishop. So it's just one of the
most typical English opening ideas. So I think that is simply why she just plays it so quickly that yeah, she's not gonna try to figure out everything completely, but just play what's normal and casual.
Still in autopilot mode.
Oh, and maybe she's trying to get back into some familiar territory,
Mm.
since if you look at the position here, and as I mentioned, Rook D8 still has been played in quite a lot of games, and then knight d2 is the typical response. And then if you play Queen e7, we would have the same position. So maybe she has looked at something like this, that after Rook d8 she goes knight d2, and then yeah, then we get this setup, and she knows that it's maybe pleasant for her. So for that reason, she just now after Queen e7 just goes for knight d2, expecting Rook d8 to come, and then to be back into the position that she knows.
Right. Yeah, entering familiar territory, of course, makes you more comfortable and confident in the position. But times it is also my job as a co-commentator to make you very uncomfortable, and that is why I thought we could start with the first trivia question of today. Indeed.
Okay, this is gonna make me look very bad.
Not at all. I'll keep them very light and like sort of easy. Not too easy, but yes. So the first question is, in May of 2018, Ju won the Women's World Championship match. And the score, I believe, was, I'm trying to find the fact, it's 5.5, 6.5. Who was her opponent?
It was the first match that she won, if I remember. Yeah, by the years it should be, I guess. And it was Muzichuk?
Not quite.
No, that's not that much. Okay.
There was a
Uh,
match where she played against Mozichuk. Yes.
yes, so that's not the first match. Uh, oh, I will not, I guess, get this one.
Wait, did she play Mozichuk? I don't know if she did in a match. I might be wrong. No, okay, so I'm not wrong about May 2018. She played against a fellow Chinese player. What about chat? Chat, do you think you know who it is without searching or using ChatGPT? Well, chat is saying that Mozichuk was a champion before. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yes. So the answer is Tan Zhongyi. So she's played in the match versus Tan Zhongyi before. Is that correct? And then there was silence.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. I'm very, uh, yeah, since school has been so long time ago, my brain is very resistant to remembering facts.
No,
And
I was trying to like double check because I got all my trivia questions from Wikipedia, which is probably not the smartest thing to do, because anyone can go and just change Wikipedia. But it says here she defended her title in matches twice against Alexandra Goryachkina in the Women's World Championship match in 2020 and Lei Ting-ji in the Women's World Championship match in 2023. And then back in 2018, they played in the Women's World Championship match, Tan and Ju.
yeah,
So,
now I remember they had this very funny match
uh-huh.
because they had five resultative games in a row, and then in the first half of the match, it was just basically win, 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 and then it
Oh,
was +1 for Yu Wenjun, and then they finished with 4 or 5 draws in a row.
incredible.
It was very very strange in that regard.
Yeah, goodness me. That is very intense. So the score was actually 5.5, 4.5. I got it wrong there. Yeah. And that was the first trivia question. Hopefully the next one will go more smoothly from my side. All right, so chat says if Ju Wenjun wins this match, it will be her 5th victory in a row, joining the likes of Menchik, Gaprindashvili, and a name I cannot pronounce because I'd probably insult her. Very successful defending champions. How do you think her legacy compares to those previous greats? Well, it definitely shows what kind of player she is. Resilient. What do you think?
Yeah, and of course, I also think that not to in any way say anything bad about the legacy of some past players, but I just think that in the modern chess world, it's becoming much harder and harder to be really dominant. So
Mm.
because the number of players is just increasing so significantly, everybody has possibilities to train much more than it used to be,
Mm-hmm.
and the game has become just more all-inclusive. Like so, in that regard, I think that players who can dominate now, that is actually yeah more impressive in my eyes, really.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's possible for a player to just spend months training without playing at all? So no competition, no competing in like FIDE events or anything like that, even online chess, just training. And then playing an event, hoping to do really, really well, just because they've retained all this knowledge.
Uh, I think that is more or less, at least by the looks from the outside. I don't know any information, but by the looks from the outside, it does look like that's the way a lot of Chinese players would be training, because you do not see them competing, and then they come to the tournaments and they still are playing just incredible. But I know that I couldn't do that. No way. I just would uh, could not keep the focus and motivation really going for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And but I also know that there are people who have done that, and it does benefit you a lot. Just having a routine and really just hardcore training all the time, non-stop. Yeah.
It seems very difficult. You have to have some sort of frame of mind for that and the discipline. Do you find it easier working with someone rather than training alone?
I haven't worked with anybody in forever. Let's say that. So I don't know how it would be right now for me, but I used to the analytical work I prefer to do myself, but definitely. But then when it is about solving something, yeah, I think that having somebody else around, it does keep you in check. You know, it just puts you like uh, you can't be lazy. You know, when you have some sort of control because there's somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Uh,
And you can't just wake up one morning and be like, I'm too lazy to work.
Yeah, so, but I think that's also why it's such an effective way for studying. Like when you look at school, universities, and so on, everything is about group works.
Mm-hmm.
So because it does push you a little bit more. Of course, it helps you to learn to interact with others, but also it just pushes you to do more work.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a move, 94. Wow.
What do you think?
I was not considering this move at all in my mind. So I don't know what to think about it just yet. Do you have some thoughts already about it?
Well, the last time we took a look at knight d4, it was when the queen was on c2, and it was my suggestion, which led to just catastrophic consequences. And in this case, there aren't any heavy pieces on the c file to attack the bishop on c5 or the pawn on c7, which is already a big plus. So what I'm thinking here is that black might have the idea of playing c6 to try and just block the bishop on g2 temporarily, trying to just defend these pawns and relieve the bishop on c8. Exactly. Then that bishop would be able to come out and play. What do you think about knight d4 here?
E3
Played
played.
immediately, yeah. So I wanted to say the main question is, do we have where to go after e3?
Hmm.
Is she gonna go knight b5? Or knight f5? I think she could go knight b5. It looks very odd because it's one of those squares where you very rarely see a knight landing. But maybe here both attack. Yeah, knight b5 on the board. Wow.
Oh wow, that was really quick. Do you think that Ju was trying to provoke e3 just to weaken d3?
It could be the case. And she did not like the spin probably also on the knight and the pawn. So she just wanted to remove the piece in order to play exactly the c6 setup. But that's giving some tempos for white. But I wonder if Tan did not think about knight b5 and what kind of threats it could possess at all. Like she immediately played e3, as it was not forced to play e3. You could play e3 here. You can make any preparational move and play e3 anytime later on. It's
Yeah,
not gonna
maybe
be there now.
a4 to stop knight b5, and then you don't have to give up your dark squared bishop. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But if she played e3 so quickly, what I was wanted to point out is that she doesn't mind giving up this bishop for some reason, and she is confident that the e3 pawn is not going to be a weakness, but it's going to be fine, and it's more important to take away the central squares.
Indeed. Again, which side would you prefer to play in this position? Because it's basically what you described, an open position with, central control, active pieces with black versus white, more reserved but still ready to pounce.
I am actually here, I think it's hard not to be objective in a sense that it feels like white is doing very well. Just positionally. That powerful bishop is already working. Black does need at least 2 moves to finish development, and that's quite a lot. We need 2 moves to get the bishop out from c8, as we need to play c6 or rook b8 before we can develop it. And there are some weaknesses that can also be attacked from the white side. So yeah, if we would give black some 2 extra moves still to make, as we look at the structure, I would prefer black. But just here, it's been too many moves. I feel like for my liking, with already developed pieces just running around and not taking care of more concerning the factors like bishop on c8, the rook still standing on the basically initial squares. So yeah, I would prefer white here. What about you?
It's difficult. Because it looks like white will have to give up the bishop on c3. At least from what I can see in this position. I maybe would choose the black pieces. Just because once again pawn structure is more simple and easier to understand. The plan is pretty straightforward. I wouldn't know where to place white's pieces at all. Like where would you put the queen, the rooks and so on. So c6 for black, just in terms of familiarity, and maybe a future, like bishop e6 once the pawn on e5 is protected. So maybe the black pieces here. And it's a little bit easier to attack d3 too. But I'm sure with white it might be I'm assuming d4 is out of the question for white, right?
I was actually looking right now if we can make something like this work here.
Oh my gosh, the tactician is coming out.
I don't. I mean, I don't know if it makes any sense. Like, we don't want to play d4 immediately, but we could start by something like a4.
Oh, my
And in
goodness.
case you would retreat with the knight now I would like to play d4, and after something like bishop takes d4, maybe knight f3, and picking up on d4 with comfort.
Wow.
But I don't know if it makes anything more than just looking pretty for a few moves, if there's any other point to it.
Yeah. No, it looks
Because
great. White solves their problems, I suppose, yeah. Maybe this
yeah,
might actually
maybe.
happen.
Although now the knight on d6 is very nicely defending the b7 pawn, which means
Mm.
that we are able to develop our bishop in one move.
Mm-hmm. I see that. So how much coffee have you had? I need to know how much
I,
the right amount is, because this is like hypervision right now.
I am still on my first cup, actually.
Oh dear, I need to catch up.
You're behind on the.
Yeah, it's only halfway. I'm really bad at multitasking, so I'm trying to um, balance the whole like producing the stream, trying to be, listening to what you're saying because I need to learn something about the position, be able to contribute at least a little bit, and then obviously drinking the coffee. So, yeah, how do you rate your multitasking skills, Toms?
Oh, they're terrible. Very, very bad, I would say. But actually, since I started streaming, I have improved on that, I think a lot. I think
Okay.
they were, because exactly like you mentioned, it just takes a lot of multitasking. And yeah, now when you have to answer the chat while playing Bullet,
Mm.
addressing some tough questions, that really pushes you.
You have time to read the chat during bullet? Oh my gosh, I would forget to breathe. We have A4 first. It happened.
Before.
But she seemed
Okay.
quite happy. She didn't spend that much time on this move. Unfortunately, we don't have like a move counter, but we can see the current time on the clock, where Tan has an hour and 20 minutes, and Ju has just under an hour. Do you think this kind of time difference makes, well, again, makes a huge difference in a position like this?
Oh, I would think that it does. It does.
Yeah?
In the modern chess, I think time management is a very, very important skill to master. And this is where the opening preparation and opening knowledge actually comes in a big factor. And not that you're gonna have winning position after the opening because you are well prepared. But most of the time, you can just get very significant time advantage, which around move 30 is gonna give you some sort of edge. And after 14 moves, to be on 1 hour, so already 1/3 of the time spent, uh, that is not a good sign. Maybe the position will simplify. She'll gonna find a way to release some pressure, and then she can start playing faster. But if she doesn't find that, then in the middle game, uh, in a complicated middle game, it's hard to do a move faster than like in 3-5 minutes. So if you just calculate how many moves we can do that at that rate, the time is gonna run out rather quickly.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Uh, So
I,
A4 was just
yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I was interrupting you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say some of my thoughts about A4 move
Yes.
and why it was played. So it was just played to force the knight from b5 to immediately make a decision. And now, after what we'll have in the game, knight takes c3 and bc, white is unstoppably gonna play d4, which is gonna result in white actually having a very, very solid pawn center. And
Mm-hmm.
we don't have a weakness on d3 like we were worried about before, but simply have a super powerful pawn center, which is nicely playing together with the bishop on g2, since the bishops, long-range bishops, the best working are then when they are supported with a pawn chain, which is working just by it. So it is in this way, positionally looking very, very nice. And a pawn is gonna come handy when we are gonna try to promote strength and still some pressure from this bishop. Even now, if you just play a5, we have the position after c6 on the board. So if you play a5, now a6 is something that you don't exactly want to allow, since your nice pawn chain would be destroyed.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you do play a6, then this is a backwards weakness that you are gonna have to be playing with for the entire game.
You're
It's
gonna have
never
to
gonna go
babysit
away.
that. Yeah. Well, you know, if 2 versus 3 pawns is a minority attack, would 1 versus 3 pawns be the minority attack? I think we're relabeling chess concepts here. Work in
Minority.
progress. This is great.
I'm just thinking if double minority includes some other meaning to that as well, or no?
No. This is a safe space, and we are on official broadcasts, so no double entendre over there. Just one meaning, being 1 pawn versus 3, especially like you said. Now a6 being. Wait, was this played, or? Yes, it was played. Okay, sorry, just checking. I thought you were just talking about the option of playing a5, but I do like this a lot.
Yeah, I was, but in the meantime, they did play it,
Hmm.
and the speed is incredible. She is still on 1/20. It's just like she's familiar with the structure. The same like yesterday, that maybe she doesn't know exactly put the position, but she just knows the structure, and she just knows where the pieces need to go. And I would expect bishop d7 to be the next move for black right now. It is a bit odd looking, but what it does is it at least solves the a6 threat in a way that now we can play moves like b6 or b5, probably b5, and the bishop is going to be feeling very comfortable on b6 right now. And on the other hand, if we do attack the pawn at some point on b7, we can anyways sometimes play b5, since the c6 pawn is very well guarded.
But it would also help white to remove the weakness of the isolated pawn, I suppose. In turn, yeah, I mean, queen b3, and bishop d7, queen b3, b5. Would it make sense for white to just take it?
I would probably choose to keep the pawn, as it is something that keeps the position more complicated, more dynamic, and the a pawn, which is probably going to go to a6 at some point, is going to be a long-term potential weakness in some sort of an endgame positions, and then our a5 pawn can actually be some game deciding factor if we do manage to pick up the opponent's a pawn. While we are enjoying the space advantage, some initiative, we don't have to worry about the a5 pawn becoming a weakness. It should be feeling pretty good.
Okay, I just saw somewhere on Reddit that ampersand is forced, like in checkers.
That would make it a very interesting rule. If you could force that, would make actually the pawn play. How do you think it would change the game?
Just hypothetically speaking.
So it's not forced. It's not in the FIDE handbook. I've been lied to. Okay. I think it would change a lot, forcing ampersand, especially in situations where I've seen a lot of structures with white's pawn being on e5 and black blocking the light squared bishop diagonal towards the king by playing f5. And ampersand in that regard is not forced, but then if ampersand was forced, then takes, knight takes, and black is fine. Black is perfectly fine. So yeah, it would be really cool if it was forced.
Yeah, it would be such a small alliance, but it could change the game very much. Uh,
So here, if bishop d7, and this would happen, like you said it, you would leave the pawn on a5 and it possibly being an asset rather than a liability. Would it make sense to then try to play d4 soon?
yes, I would probably be looking at d4 now. Uh, because if you look at the lines even like a6 and bishop
And b5. Now bishop is gonna come comfortable to b6.
Mm-hmm. So you
But
want
if
to
we do
prevent
the
that.
same,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Okay.
now we can play 6b5. This is, in comparison, way better for white, since the bishop is on a d file, which can be opening up at some points, and the bishops are kind of hanging there, and we can be looking even for some ideas like c4.
I was gonna
I'm not
say,
sure,
like, hear me
right?
out. What about c4? It does mean that maybe there'll be an isolated pawn on d4, but at least there's some compensation with some weaknesses on the queen side for black.
And yeah, so maybe in this case, actually b6 would have to be played, not b5. This seems to be very unpleasant. Just such a big pawn storm suddenly coming at you. And if you play something like rook b8, which is logical to take the rook out of this nasty pin, then perhaps d5 is an option as well.
Oh.
Trying to get a passed pawn, and bishops are not the best blockers of the passed pawns. So maybe this has some point.
Pass pawns are definitely hard to come by in this economy. So I think d5 would be super strong. Wouldn't you worry about the safety? Oh, that's a nice knight maneuver. Wouldn't you worry about the safety, though, of the pawns on a6 and d5 constantly needing babysitting?
I probably wouldn't, because it takes a lot of piece coordination to start attacking them. And worst case scenario, if you just hypothetically look at a6 pawn, some ideas like this, the moment when black would be somewhere ready to take it, probably they would lose some other pawn, like b7 or b5 or a7 in the process. So I think it would be very hard to do that. Yeah, just was checking if there was another move, so no. But I'm surprised by the speed actually from the white side.
Yeah.
Just returning a few moves back. Instead of a4, I thought that it's very interesting to play knight c4 here.
Okay.
I
What
think it
is the
also
idea behind it? Or just attacking
No.
on?
it attacks. It also forces taking. And now, let's say we're looking at some c6 lines.
Yeah.
Then we are sure to win this bishop in a way. Like if we want to, the bishop cannot escape the knight's reach.
True. Then you would be able to exchange it and don't have to worry about the bishop here.
And maybe first we can play something rook b1 here, and since the bishop is not going
a6.
to run away anywhere.
Never mind, a6 is not on the table. I was just testing the microphone. Because then there's knight b6 maybe.
Oh, and I also actually I forgot my idea. One more of my idea was queen h5 here, attacking the e5 pawn.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, how do you defend this? You have to play bishop d6 or rook e8? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Or rook e8. Rook e8 could...
But
maybe
then
it
just,
doesn't exactly help so much rook e8 right now.
yeah, immediately like d4 maybe, yeah. Oof.
Yeah, so maybe bishop d6 and then... Okay, but I have no idea how good or bad is this position. Like, is it good for white when we get this or no?
Yeah, I had a microchip installed, Stockfish 16. So if you want to know the evaluation at any time, you can just ask, and I'll let you know.
I could use it right now to know
Okay.
where am I going completely off or no. But
I need the handicap of the engine sometimes. I wouldn't in my wildest dreams have even imagined that Queen H5 was a possibility to both bring the queen closer to the king as well as attack on e5. So this is still relatively equal. The engine somehow prefers black by like 0.1, but still, I think now
yeah, so I
maybe
have
I would change.
gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would choose to play with the white pieces here. I changed my mind.
So you're trying to oppose the stockfish.
Yes, I'm trying to fight for my opinion here, but also because the pawn structure seems a little bit easier. You're not really worried too much about the weakness on d3 because after d4, e takes, maybe c takes, and it seems good. The knight
Yeah,
is knighting.
humanly, I would like this to put pressure along these files, open files with the rooks, and exactly this bishop would be coming. But I can totally understand that Stockfish doesn't think so, and just likes his bishops and finds some good ways just to take care of all the problems. And so yeah, I thought that this was something as an option, but she didn't think about it at all. She played this a4 immediately, and went for the a5 as well immediately, just grabbing the space. And now bishop d7 got played after another 10 minutes of thinking. Yeah, this is what I
Yeah,
mean.
48 minutes. Wow. It
Now
says the
it's
live
still not
position.
amicable,
Mm-hmm.
but if it's gonna continue like this in 5 to 10 moves, it could become alarming already. If she doesn't manage to find a way to consolidate with everything, that she for sure knows that, okay, this piece needs to stand there, and now I need to just do the technical work and yeah, to defend and some certain things. But
Yeah, the larger the time gap, I think the more detrimental the time consideration will be, obviously. But like you mentioned, after move 30, I don't know if they will get. Do you think they'll get to move 30 in this game?
move 30. Oh, I would bet on that, yes.
Okay.
I think it's very, very rare to see games under 30 moves on this level. It's just hard to win a game faster than that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. I was quite sad that when I predicted in the prediction, I saw that my points just got refunded basically because no one else bet in the prediction that there would be c4 on move 1. So I'm really sad. I think Lichess needs to do something about that. I deserve at least 100% return on my investment. Also, Screws in chat says we're up to Stockfish 17.1, so I need my micro trip to be updated, I think. I was just going according to the Lichess engine, but I also see that 17.1 is available. It just weighs a little bit heavier, 79 megabytes. I don't know if we should implement that. I think Stockfish 16 is good enough. Is it good enough for you, Toms?
It's good enough. Yes. Well, I mean, we are just looking to see if we are blundering something big. So I think
Sure.
it's gonna be fine in that regard. And now we don't see an immediate move by Tan. So I guess she is gonna try to figure out what next. How to keep the pressure going, how not to let black completely consolidate. If to play d4 now immediately or no, if to do some knight jumps, if to get the queen out of the way to get this rook to b1. Maybe even queen h5 is still a possibility. I don't know if it's how much point does it make, but it does look at this e5 pawn, and just wondering that I do need to put the queen somewhere. I mean, it's just on d1 it cannot keep standing, and queen b3 to my eyes doesn't seem very useful because queen as the first attacker cannot do too much harm in so already open position. So maybe h5 square is just the way to go. Maybe not. Most likely not. But it's just somehow I do like it there. It seems comfortable to have it there.
So we're thinking it's between queen b3 and queen h5. I think queen h5 does look very promising. Yes. Okay, are you ready for trivia question number 2?
I am pretty sure that I'm not ready for it, but let's try.
Okay, chat, are you listening as well? The question is, what year did Tan Zhongyu become a grandmaster?
Oh wow, that is a hard one. So I was looking at her games. So when did she cross around 2500? When could it have been? I don't know, okay, my guess is gonna be 2015.
Really, really close. If I'm reading it correctly, she won the grandmaster title after winning a match. Maybe that will help.
Oh, she got it by with the title, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so bad with those years. So it's gonna be 2016 or
So close. 2017. Because I believe the Women's World Championship match was played in 2017 against Anna Mazichuk. 1 second. Yeah, it says they finished the classical game with 2-2, 1 win each. And then sending the match to a rapid tiebreak. Tan won 2-game tiebreak, drawing the first game with black and winning the second game with white, and thus becoming Women's World Champion. Also earned her Grandmaster title. So I didn't know that you would win the Grandmaster title after winning the Women's World Championship match. I thought it would be Woman Grandmaster, which I assume she already was anyway. That's amazing. So all you gotta do to get a Grandmaster title, ladies, is win the Women World Championship match. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
So you know what you need to do, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that easy. I just have to be 25-50 or so and I'll stand a chance. There we go.
Well, you don't need to be 25-50 to win a match. You can
True.
just win it.
But probably my strength will have to be around there. Or I just have to have a really good month and a chance to play. But I heard the same about the World Cup, the Women's World Cup, that, you know, or the World Cup, if you win the World Cup, you get Grandmaster. I think that's true. Or maybe...
Yeah, it should be true.
It's
should
not.
Be true.
I heard that if you say anything with confidence, it's 100% true. Yes.
So it's not true. Okay. No, I was wondering that like why it could be true, because I do know that if you do win the World Senior Championship, you do get a Grandmaster title as well, if you're not a Grandmaster just yet. And
I wonder if they give
wow.
you a pensioner's discount for the title fee.
I don't think they do that.
Oh, okay.
That does not sound like uh, feed away. I know that there are people who are not taking the title because they just don't want to pay.
Oh, really? Wow. It's such an honor to have that title. I'll do like a little fundraiser for it. Although I don't think it would break the bank. I don't even know what title fees go for these days.
I don't know exactly as well, but it's nothing. It's not crazy, but it can be significant amount. And I do know actually the case. I don't know about the GM title directly, but I do know the case exactly about the person who earned the VGM title in the World Senior Championship and then just refused to pay for it, so didn't get it.
Oh, wow. That's really, really tough. Yeah, I hate those moments where, a player gets really, really close to their goal, especially if it's just rating. If they have norms and they just need the rating, they get to like the rating but 99, like one rating point before, and then just drop back down again. I've seen that happen so many times. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, the stress of getting the title, yeah, that is it's messing with your brain in a big way because you're not being objective. I was very much stuck on getting my GM title. It was just forever. I had the rating. I think the first thing that I got was the rating.
Hmm.
Then I got the norms, and I had two norms, and then it was. I don't exactly recall the number, but it was more than 4 years till the last norm.
Whoa. Yeah, I was going to ask you how your experience was, that process of getting the title. So, well, GG for, keeping on. It's really, I'm sure, a hard journey, especially with the Grandmaster title. Yeah, that's insane. It's a little bit easier for players from Africa who just have to play a continental. Before 2017, you were able to just win a continental, whether you were 1500, 1800, and you would get the GM title just like that. Now there are
Okay.
now there are rating requirements, so you'd get the title provisionally, and then you just have to get the rating. So
Mhm.
I think for Grandmaster, it's something like 22 or 2300, one of the two, but at least not 2500.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, but that is very nice that there are more ways how to get the titles. Uh, it's because it is frustrating. It is very frustrating to be making those norms. I
Yeah.
would have preferred to have another way to do that. And yeah, because there are some big mental blockades to getting it somehow. I mean, I think I got then after when I made my last norm in the like half a year period, I got 5 norms, but I couldn't do it for 4 years.
Wow, 5 norms. So, yeah, once you got the number of norms you needed, then it just went shoo, all the way up. Amazing. But it must be nice being a grandmaster. Lots of benefits having the title. After that, what did you find changed in your life?
To be honest, immediately I think not that much. It just there was like big such a mental cool down. You didn't have this intensity anymore. You
Hmm.
could just play for playing.
Yeah.
You didn't have like that you have to. Yeah, it's like it was over because it was always starting from the early junior years. You're thinking about the ratings, then the first title, second title, third title, like how to get there and so on. And then it's that part is completely over. You can just relax. You don't have to have to worry. So yeah, I think that was the main thing. I mean, because other than that, there was when you're just trying to play tournaments, uh, and at the time I was playing very actively, there's not very big difference what is your title, but rather than important is what's your rating. And since my rating was in that level all the time, anyways, so the difference was not so noticeable.
Oh, wow. That's quite interesting that you said rating is more important than title in some instances where quite the opposite is true for some events where if you're a 2200 GM, it's likely you'll get invited to a tournament where others may score norm. So it's quite intriguing. Sorry, I'm probably opening a can of worms by saying that, but not my intention.
No, it is. It is like there are those specific events where you're just invited as a, as we like to call it, as a meet, really,
Oh no.
for others.
Oh dear. Okay, you made it sound 10 times worse. Let's keep going. Yes, tell me more.
Well, this is typically the case that when there is any norm events, that like GM norm events or IM norm events, the GMs and IMs that are invited to the events, they are just meet for the young players who want to make norms.
Mm.
No, they don't, and that's why it's very often preferred also by organizers if there's higher rated player who is not an active player, just to invite that one because
Exactly.
he's gonna
It's like they
be
look for
more.
you and then they hunt you down and they're like, we want you. Like Pokemon.
You're just more juicy as because you want the norms to be there in the tournament.
Precisely. Then it looks attractive to those actually wanting to get a norm or win a norm. So there we go.
Yeah, we have a couple of more moves on the board. So Queen B3 did get played, attacking the B7 pawn immediately. No Queen H5 today though. That's sad.
Oh, okay.
And she didn't react with the B pawn in any way, but played the very solid Rook B8, which also removes the Rook from the strong influence of White's light square bishop.
Mm.
And now knight e4 got played quickly, so she was.
She
That's
definitely
actually
wants that
very.
bishop. She wants the bishop. And
She
that bishop
does.
is not going anywhere.
Yes, she does like to. Yeah, she does want to take it, and I guess after bishop d6 we're just gonna see taking and d4.
Hmm.
She's just gonna try to advance with those pawns through the center as much as possible. What we saw here is like here in this moment she didn't exactly know what to do, so she started to think.
Hmm.
But this is, I think, a very useful thing for some people to notice.
Yeah.
And she has played the game rather quickly, so she has a time advantage, which could amount to something in some of those 5-10 moves, like we were mentioning. And she didn't just play one move Queen B3, like decide, okay, I want to go with a Queen to B3, and then opponent answers a move for Rook B8, and now she thinks again. And the opponent has the three of the number of the moves that like Zhu and Jun would need to calculate
Yeah.
would be just so much smaller right now already. But instead, she already had decided that, okay, after Rook B8, I'm gonna play knight e4, and she immediately went for it. So this way, trying to put some more pressure on the opponent on opponent's clock, because in this position you are not so carefully calculating, even if you're calculating opponent's time, only this one move. You're calculating all the moves that White could play. So that's, the possibilities are so much more. So when you think of a sequence, but you have to think about it accurately, of course, then you play it out and you have a chance to be putting pressure on the clock.
Yeah, that raises the question actually. When you are in a situation where maybe you're lower on time, but just slightly, do you find that you walk around in your opponent's turn, or do you try to sit and think during their turn as to just have all your bases covered first? Do you also think while you walk around? How does it work for you?
For me, I do like to walk around a lot.
Oh,
Uh, I depends on the event though. If there are people that I know, the games that I want to check, it's gonna be I will be much more inclined to walk around.
hmm,
And if that's the kind of event there where I went completely alone, I don't know anybody or anything. Yeah, I could be sitting at the board as well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm always thinking about the game. I do like to have my breaks, and then to when I'm calculating, then to again just to have much more energy and to be uh, more sharp than if I would be calculating just constantly all the time.
I see. I have a
And what
sort
about
of
you?
rule. Yeah, so I have a rule. If my time is lower than my opponent's, I try not to walk around. I try to see that as like a punishment for having lower time. So I have to sit there until our time is equal or I have more time on the clock. Then I give myself permission to walk around. Even if I do need to stretch my legs or take a sip of water or grab a coffee or something, I'm like, nope, you did this to yourself. You're gonna sit there. Yeah, I always found it like super weird if I'm like a lot up on time by 30, 40 minutes and my opponent starts walking around. I'm like, can you really afford to do that? So I've started implementing that little rule myself. It helps to some extent. It's helped a lot with time management because I've suffered from poor time management for ages. It's just an ailment I could never shake. And yeah, things have just gotten better since.
That's a very interesting approach. Uh, I think yeah, just punishing yourself during the game. But I don't know how much I like that idea. As I want to be as relaxed during the game as possible in a way that, yeah, exactly that I don't
Hmm.
feel like any obligations, but in it's a good. It sounds like an interesting way how to solve exactly the time trouble issues for some people. It could work very nicely. So it's uh, and everybody has to find their own way what works for them the best.
Yeah.
So that's nice to hear that you have found something that helps you so much.
Yeah, I can't go wrong with negative reinforcement. I'm promoting very bad practices here in the commentary. You can tell this is why I'm commentating and not playing. But here we go. So knight takes d6. So not allowing the bishop to retreat to c7, exactly as predicted as well. What I was worried, or not worried, what I was thinking, Tom's, is a little bit earlier when the bishop was on c5, so just going back a couple moves. Is it necessary for black to move the bishop?
I guess it comes down to the same that it's not really necessary, but now since the bishop is attacked once and it's defended once, you are in the same kind of situation that it's a hanging piece,
Mm-hmm.
essentially. So you would want to try to get rid of these potential tactics that could come in just somehow very, very strongly some few moves later. So white is gonna play d4
Mm-hmm.
at some point. That is, I think, is given.
What about
So
bishop
it
e6? We could counterattack the queen.
we could do that. I don't know what would we play with white. What do you think? Queen b2? Maybe queen b2. But the bishop is still there, and it's still gonna be hanging. And at some point, if we take, it can be just coming with tempos d4 or d4 immediately.
Hmm.
And maybe we lose control a bit over the things in the center.
Oh, I see.
I also assume she's looking to play somewhere b6, so that's why she keeps the bishop on d7, so that b6 could be played. Because if we remove the bishop, then again those are going to be hanging pawns, or after we play rook b1, we will have to calculate always some tactics with bishop c6. Maybe they start working, maybe they don't, but...
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be
Uh,
reckless for a second.
wait, sorry.
And oh, my bad. Sorry, sorry.
No, I clicked something wrong there.
Okay, so I said this and you said queen c2? Was it queen c2 or queen b2?
Queen b2 was
Queen
my
b2, yes.
suggestion.
Okay, and then, drum roll, f5. Because then
So
knight takes, queen takes, d4. Takes. Takes. And queen d6. With the idea
I
of,
would say,
yes.
yeah, I would say that now we have to ask, does f5 move help us in a positional sense? Because we are not going to be going for an attack with it.
So probably not after the fact, once all the dust has cleared, but at the time it did feel like the correct move because it attacked the knight. Yeah. No, I'm just seeing options. Okay. Anyway, back to the live board.
Yeah, no, it would make a lot of sense as a general. It's something that you have to consider. Anybody has to consider always to force opponent to capture, not to have this tension. I think that why Julian opted for bishop d6 is that it essentially also forces you to capture.
Mhm.
So you just capture while still keeping the position very, very solid. And even if your position is slightly worse, then the more solid you keep it, the more chances you have to defend it. Like f5 is kind of move that can backfire heavily. Like if you actually get into trouble, this weakened king and a weak pawn on f5, it can become a target.
Very true. Yeah, I always worry that if I don't grab the space when I can, that I'll regret it later. So playing something like f5 also tries to control e4 in a way, but I understand since it blocks the bishop quite a bit and the pawn is sort of stuck on a light square and you don't want that. You say that f5 can become a weakness. And now after d4, to take or not to take?
I don't know what we do here with black. Wow, that is a very hard question. Do we take or do we not take on d4? What I'm thinking about on this question is that from one side, I would like to remove all the possibilities from white taking on d4, e5, and having some tactics along the d file, some tempos there. But from the other hand, if we do take on d4, it does open another semi-open file. And assuming that at some point we're going to be playing b6 in the game, and let's say, okay, capture or not capture, but with an open c file, the pawn on c6 could become a serious target for white to attack. So that would make me want to not take, but can we afford that from the black side here? I guess we. I guess Julian thinks that we can, and she can just play these
Okay.
already.
Yeah, sometimes I forget that analysis and live moves can look exactly the same. Okay, so this is the live board, and b6 was played. It makes sense because you don't want to play a move like a6, and now your pawns are sort of stuck on light squares, and you know the bishops are also on light squares, and this just benefits white. So b6 tries to break that up and simplify things on the queen side a little bit. Will white take, do you think?
On b6 or on a5?
Or on b6?
I think no. I think she's not gonna. Okay, she took on.
I guess the question has been answered. Because what else do you do? I mean, black is threatening to take, and we have the same situation as yesterday. You can take the pawn, and at least you have, you know, your pawn at the back there. And it's a pass pawn, essentially, and it could be pushed and become dangerous later on. And here, she's like, I don't want to make things complicated. I'm just going to take. And now, ...
Uh,
These are hanging pawns. And the question is,
why I
what
was
are we gonna
thinking
do?
about not taking is that I don't think it would be a serious option for black to take here on a5, because if we do, these two will become undefendable. So we do take one pawn, but most likely we're gonna lose two. And in yesterday's game, there were targets that the opponent could attack in the same time as a pawns got collected. But
Oh, I
here,
see.
white pawn structure is so solid that white would be just attacking without the need to defend anything.
Hmm.
So, so that was the reason why I was just thinking not to take on b6 and to keep this tension alive and try to look for some moves like rook d1 maybe as an option just to force some action, or to be looking even to exchange queens somewhere with queen b4, queen a3.
So yeah, these are the kind of things I was thinking about. But she opted for AB. I probably with the main reason that now the rook can get very active. You immediately you develop the rook from a1 without having to make any moves with it. It's the perfect piece.
Yeah. What I'm worried about is if you push one of these pawns, would you try to... Of course, you wouldn't want to put your pawns on the light squares again, but rather pushing c5 could mean being left with an isolated pawn. But I suppose as things sort of drift to the king side and the pawns are sort of, all in one pawn island, that being a pawn down isn't too bad and could still be very drawish. So would the idea for black to try and just simplify things instead of lose material be to take and play c5 immediately?
I think she would not go for that if she would see that she could lose the pawn. If she holds on to the pawn on the queen side, then 100%. But whenever you play an endgame without a pawn, this is especially 4 against 3. Like on one side of the board, 4 against 3 do offer a lot of still possibilities for playing on, for something. And generally, it would be already a win for white to be in any way a pawn up from this game. Like what we have right now, just to be pawn up, that would be like a big win. You maybe win it, maybe you win it, I don't know, even 20-30% of the time, even if it's somehow the position, but it's still, yeah, it still would be very nice because right now we have some positionally nice things, but nothing very, very concrete is happening.
Other than the 20-minute time difference. But yeah, Tan is thinking again. And I think she's been thinking for the past 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
It's actually now surprising to see that she took AB, and then started to think. I would think that that's the same like was with the queen b3 and knight e4, that when you take AB, you know that the opponent's gonna take AB. So you could still calculate stuff in the more complicated position and not allow your opponent to know exactly what you're gonna do.
Gotta keep them in suspense.
Do we go rook a7 now? Does it have any idea?
Another reason I could think that she took the pawn and then immediately started thinking. Perhaps she had an idea, but then once the exchange was made, she realized after thinking or seeing things more clearly that it doesn't work, or her plan, she's unable to execute that particular plan. Or maybe even saw something better and is now analyzing that. But I do like rook a7, rook on the 7th rank. Reminds me of a really cool chapter in Aaron Ibsovich, My System. And I saw the backlash that book was actually getting, and it's actually one of my favorite books I used for coaching, I used for studying. What are your thoughts on that book?
I have not read it myself,
Okay.
but I have heard only good stuff about it.
Hmm.
So yeah, but I can't comment it from myself. But really, by a lot of people, it's been mentioned as like a very nice book. Yeah, exactly, a very good one.
I need to spend less time on Reddit. They're influencing my opinions of things. It's quite horrid.
Yeah, I do not know how many like how much time. Let's say that the stronger chess players, the ones whose, let's say that the book review or something like this, information is could be spending time on the Reddit really. I don't know how to really formulate myself, but I would assume that they are not much there. So the people who actually are writing the comments there could maybe not be the most informed in this regard.
That's true. I heard that spending time on Reddit can reduce your rating by at least 200 points. So once I kick that addiction, hello, higher rating. Yeah. So with the idea of rook a7, it's also quite nice because it's the only file on the board that's open at the moment. Of course, we have semi-open files. Sorry?
There is actually a threat also. We now want to take and win the bishop on d7.
Yes. So then would black be forced to take the pawn?
Or defend the bishop
Right.
with rook d8. No, but that's
Or
actually unpleasant
counterattack.
because
Bishop e6. But then
oh,
you're
we could
giving up. Yeah.
here. Does this do anything? No, it doesn't do anything. Oh, g7 is defended.
Oh,
I
okay.
was excited about checkmating, but
Yeah.
queen actually defends on g7 here.
Someone's been doing his puzzle rush. I mean, puzzle racer. Yeah. Wow. Okay, Toms. Shall we take our first break of the day?
Yes, let's let the players think now in this strategically. I don't want to say endgame, but almost like an endgame middle game.
Yes.
And let's take a short break.
Okay, we'll be right back. And yeah, hopefully there'll be some action, or more action rather, on the board. Hello everyone, and we are back after the break. And we see that Rook A7 was indeed played. Toms.
Yes, hello, welcome back, and well, we're good at guessing moves today.
I think so.
We are we are getting them very, very accurately. So what is? Oh, and it's actually been played a long time ago. Oh wow, the time spent. It was played immediately as we went for the break, and Juvenjun is not feeling comfortable with this move. Look at that.
We call this the commentator's curse. The moment we leave, something happens. Also, I just wanted to confirm, sorry, Toms, I just wanted to confirm a chat. We did have some audio issues. Please let me know if both of us are audible and that there isn't any echo as well, just to make sure. But yeah, sorry, continue.
I just wanted to speak on the time factor, the topic we already touched on. Yeah, like when you have 40 minutes, when you spend 15 minutes in one move, that's a very, very big amount of time. If you, for example, when you have still 1 hour on the clock and you still spend 15 minutes, yeah, that's like 1/4 of your time. If it's like critical position, that is still like completely okay. But when you have 40 minutes, then 15 minutes is, I would say, almost too much to spend on one move, unless you can completely solve every problem that's happening in the position. So right now, 25 minutes after move 22, I actually did play bishop e6 in this moment. I think that is very, very dangerous territory already.
Because of queen a4 maybe? I didn't look at the engine just yet, but just the pawn on c6 is only being defended by the queen. Unless... Oh, okay. Yeah. So I was thinking about queen a4 here with the idea of also taking on e5. What are your thoughts?
I did look at the queen a4 as the main move as well. And I did not know what to do against it as well, as a move. So yeah, it's uncomfortable, and indeed d5, that is looking very nice. Wow, as we cannot take on d5, as rook d7 simply comes and picks up everything on the d file that we have.
Yeah, that does seem to be an issue, bishop. Okay, so rook f c8 has been played, and looks like our predictions have been on point so far. En point. What are we looking at now? I'm thinking perhaps, yeah, even taking on e5. I mean, white will just have a weakness on c3.
Yeah, we cannot quite take the pawn just yet, since we lose the c3 pawn. So we have to be more clever if you want to get something going on. I guess the key is, what do we do with the rook from f1? This is the last piece in our position that doesn't do anything. So we should look for a way to make it useful. Is it rook d1? Is it rook c1? Is it b1, a1?
Yeah,
there are a lot of options.
Is there any like rule of thumb when it comes to putting your rooks in the center? What do you think?
It's about, I guess, what is happening on those files. The rooks very much like the open files and semi-open files where it can attack some pawns. So thinking from that perspective, rook b1 would be a very, very logical candidate right now, attacking the b6 pawn. not attacking it directly, but looking to attack it in some positions, and using the fact that we still cannot play the c5 move, since we have this d5 tactic.
Who do you think is in more trouble here? Do you think Black has more to worry about, and that's why she's spending more time on the clock? Perhaps. Because now...
I think she is uncomfortable.
Okay. Yeah, so the time difference is 30 minutes, and Rook B1 has been played. You are unsure whether Rook D1, Rook C1, Rook B1. Yeah.
But as we see also, the evaluation bar still thinks that the position is very, very balanced. But what's next? Do we play c5 and claim that it's fine? We don't care about d5, we're just gonna play something like bishop over here, and after e4 we are gonna find some place like bishop g6 to settle down here and claim that now all our pawns are on the dark squares, and white will maybe have just a bad bishop on g2.
Just 1 second, Toms. There seems to be a issue with the mic again. I'm just trying to make sure that your microphone goes on. Could you reconnect your mic again, please? I'm so sorry. You see, there's an echo because 1 Toms is not enough. We need 2 Toms. It's 1 Tom and 2 Toms. All right, we got you back. Great.
Wait, has something changed?
Yeah, we just can hear you again, which is really important. And I did ask our technical support in the background to try and help out with just the audio settings, which I hope that we can figure out in the process. But the important thing is we can hear you, and that means we also can talk about the position, which is important. Okay. Sorry, continue what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, Black is spending time right now because there are just very, very direct decisions to be made. You cannot, especially after Rook C8, there is no longer a possibility just to make general moves. You have to make some move that's gonna commit for you completely in some direction for the rest of the game. So those decisions are often taking more time, and they are harder to make because you can't go back on them. Like especially when you push the pawn c5 or b5, that's it. You're gonna be going playing in this kind of way. So it is natural to spend time on it, but bishop d5. Okay, so she is still. So she decided not with the bishop to f5, but with the bishop to go towards that direction.
To try and trade this strong bishop, that can be a problem perhaps a little bit later on. I was more concerned about the move e4 to counter bishop d5. What happens if e4 here?
I think she just goes back and says, like, now your bishop doesn't work, and because of that, now the white's pressure is against those weaknesses gonna disappear. But once again, I'm just guessing, and now I'm very much liking this sort of a move. f4, with an idea that if we take on f4, we play e5, attack the queen. Queen has to go somewhere very far back, and now we could take with a g pawn to f4, and still have a pressure on the d5 pawn, and launch quite a big pawn attack.
But as I said already earlier today, I do have a tendency to over push my pawns, so that could also not be that good of a move. But if it works, then I think it's a big improvement for white to get a pawn to e5 suddenly from e3. Should just in theory it would be a very, very big improvement to grab so much space.
It's really, really tricky with only one color bishop on the board, deciding where to put your pawns. Because on one hand, placing your pawns on the same color as your opposing or opponent's bishop could be good because it restricts their movement. So it gives you that whole like good bishop versus bad bishop situation. But on the other hand, for an endgame, you don't really want your pawns to be locked on the same color as the opponent's bishop because it could just mean, you know, goodbye pawns. So, yeah. So in this position, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, like which direction would you go? Would you be pushing all your pawns here forward, or you would be looking to play safe and not to weaken the very, very solid pawn structure that white is having right now?
Yeah, I am very much against having to babysit pawns with a piece of higher value. So for instance, you know, the bishop tied down to the defense of the pawns or the king later on, it just feels like you're voluntarily paralyzing your pieces. So right now I would try to do everything but push the pawns to the light squares. So if we could, maybe black would consider taking the pawn on d4, and after that, if the pawn takes, not so sure. Maybe even somehow the engine here suggests d takes e5. I wonder why. Oh, with the idea of playing queen d4 and then centralizing the queen. Attacking b6. That makes a lot of sense.
That is, I think, very unlikely to be played, since it forces us for an endgame. And yeah, this endgame, even if it would be slightly better for white, I think it would be pretty impossible to win. And I think that engine in these kind of situations are, I think somewhere we have to still, or we don't manage to take on g2. Okay, that's the, I guess the, no, we do manage. Wait, I thought so we can take on d5, but queen takes d5, so it's
okay, no intermezzo.
So yeah, so I was just thinking that this position seems pretty impossible to be actually to win for white.
Yeah.
Like we might win exactly the c pawn with a big struggle, maybe, or black would get very passive, but it's not, I think, humanly winnable. So because of that, this kind of move, I don't think it would happen. And if Tan is serious to play for a win, then I think she would not follow the Stockfish here.
Of course, because Stockfish would just lead them along the path of a draw. So you'd want to create an imbalance somewhere, I'm sure.
Especially with the time situation. It's, when you see your opponent is down, somewhat down in the time management sense, then you want to keep the position as crazy as you can. But that's just a human factor, like how I think that Tan could approach this position, even though it's objectively maybe not the best. But that would be my guess, that she is gonna play some sort of version of e4 f4 right now.
So there are rules and then exceptions to the rules. and that's why they're all grandmasters, because they understand the exceptions. Yeah. All right. So just also multitasking here to try and make sure the echo does go away. But I think with some trial and error, it should work. So don't you stress.
Yeah, I am also a little bit worried on that part. Uh, all the technical difficulties always very much stress me out, and yeah, uh, that is just unfortunate part when you just can't understand what is happening, what is the issue. Okay, so what other moves? Okay, so she might be thinking about taking on e5 and playing queen d4 for an endgame. She could be thinking about e4, f4 and trying to evaluate the position that comes out of that. I don't think she's considering to take on d5, since after ed the c3 pawn becomes a very, very big weakness. So do we have any other moves from the white? Is bishop h3 a move at all? It is a move, but I don't think it makes any sense, since bishop e6 could be just answered. And can we make any sort of
We might have solved the issue.
okay.
So let me know, chat, if there's still an echo. I really hope there isn't. But I think I worked my magic and was able to figure it out. Okay, cool.
Okay, so now what I'm thinking about is we played bishop h3, bishop e6, and if there's any difference with the bishops being here to as opposed to bishops being right now here. And oh yes, we have a crazy, of course, the chat knows it all. After bishop h3, that's a massive blunder due to queen g6, attacking the rook. And once we move the rook, queen comes to e4 and checkmates us on h1. Okay, that is hard to spot. That is very, very hard to spot. So it must be e4 or the take you on e5. If we don't do anything, like a simple move, I don't know, like queen a6, black can always take here and just play c5, and this could turn around in a way that only black can start playing it for a win, since white's king is now weaker than black's king, since we have a structure with where we want to flank a bishop, but we don't have it anymore, and the center is getting blown up. But she's thinking for a while already. What is the move time for her here? Already 10 minutes. Yeah, already 10 minutes thinking on this move, and what are the... Oh, and she did take on a5. Wow, I must say I am very, very surprised by this. And not because of that move not being good, but yeah, exactly, like we already know, that's a good move. But I'm just surprised by it, because I think that now the time issues for Ju and Jin won't matter that much.
Especially with the simplification, I suppose.
Yeah, since if she gets some technical kind of endgame, she can just play it from the instinct, basically from the muscle memory, you could say. So even if it's slightly worse endgame, but she just knows how to defend it, how to set up the pawn structure and so on, she might not need to spend so much time.
Fortress incoming.
So we do have queen d4, and yeah, just also reminding that about the draws till the move 40, there can be no draw agreed.
Is it?
We had some discussion about it yesterday, but yes, I did check the official regulations to make sure about that. So no draw offer till move 40.
Move 40, wow. Oh my goodness. That's quite a lot of moves to have to make. I suppose if you get to like a Berlin draw, then just some repetition and you're good to go. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you get to some simple rook endgame, then you can just move it back and forth and reach those 10 moves, I think, relatively quickly as well.
Yep.
Okay, now is there any option for Ju and Jun here rather than to take on d4? I assume queen e6 is technically a move here, with an idea that if white is to take on d5, maybe now we can take with a pawn and open or rook and have the situation that these pawns might get exchanged one with another one. So that might not be great for white. And if we do play e4, now with the queen e6 we actually support ourselves such moves like bishop c4, and we could be looking to play for a win with c5, b5, and launching the pawn attack and looking to create some passed pawn here on the queen side. She did take. She did take. Maybe if she would have more time on the clock, she would consider those keeping more pieces on the board. But right now, I think she would be very, very satisfied here with black pieces to make a draw after getting into some opening trouble early on in the game, not knowing precisely the line. So after that kind of start to the game in an equal match, of course she should be happy with the draw. Okay, queen takes d4. I expect that we see c takes d4 relatively quickly. That is if Tan at all wants to play for a win. If she does take e takes d4, I think that is essentially an offer for a draw.
Do you think they would slowly look up at each other and just be like, draw? No?
I think we haven't reached that state yet, but in case of e takes d4, if we look at these kind of positions, I think it's just going for something like that.
Okay.
Just removing all the pawns really, and like takes, and then we could, and here they could do that.
I see.
Just end the game. Since I think d5 is very risky for white, since black can have a more distant passed pawn, and this one single d pawn is not gonna run too far away. And c takes d4 is still hoping that there could be some potential, even to get this minimum kind of chance with 4 pawns against 3 pawns on one side of the board. E takes d4. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, so this might progress now very quickly. This might just simplify very, very quickly. And we are heading for another draw. I think now it is already very safe to say.
Oh no.
We're just gonna have another draw.
So if there was a... Okay, you gotta try to predict, having an educational guess right now. If there was a decisive result, who do you think will get the first decisive result and with what color?
Ooh. That is
that's a very wide shot to take. But okay, I'm gonna go that Tan is gonna win the first game, and she's gonna win it with black pieces.
Okay, I
A
like that.
very long shot.
Yeah, so long shot question requires a long shot answer. I understand, of course. Okay. I thought you were gonna say Jew with white, so tan with black. I like it. Place your bets, everybody. And we'll refer back to this moment. We're gonna clip it and ship it on Twitch to make sure that we can confirm that you are in fact a prophet or just someone from the future.
Let's hope that players are really not gonna punish us with 12 draws against such predictions. And what is your prediction actually?
Yeah, I'm getting to know the players a little bit more. Every day I'm trying to do a little bit of research on their games, play style, what is normal. So I could also like gasp after move 2 and be like, oh, that is just like never, she never plays that. Yeah, so that's my goal in life right now. But I definitely think both players are playing quite safely and solidly so far. But from what you've told me, that, you know, Jira's been a very solid player and is very consistent with those solid results. And Tan, I feel, oh, this is difficult. I didn't even know how to answer my own question. Oh, I'm sorry, Toms. I'm predicting that there will be no decisive results. And even though I'm putting bad juju out in the world right now, all games might end in a draw.
I think that kind of prediction actually is even longer shot than predicting that somebody is gonna win with black pieces.
Oh dear. Okay, so you think that it's guaranteed there will be at least one decisive result in the match?
No, it's of course not a guarantee, but I think that it doesn't happen very often that players get really 12 draws in a row. It's just, that's a lot of drawing to do.
That's true. I suppose that Magnus and Fabiana Caruana definitely set a precedent there. In
Yeah, they did.
2018, I think. Yeah.
But in that match, they had chances. There were big chances. It wasn't that it was just boring every single game, of course.
Sure.
But we do have to look, if we compared it like this, of course the players are very equally matched, which is likely that yeah, they can be playing in equal strength and so on. Like in the rating they're equally matched, that's what I meant. But if we just look at it statistically, just their average rating is just somewhat lower than in the match between Carlsen and Corona there. So at some point it should show why the average rating is somewhat lower, and some more inaccuracies should appear, and then the opponent should have some chances to use them as well more. Just in theory, like statistically, mathematically kind of speaking about the situation, that I think that that makes so many draws in a row less likely.
Exactly, and it's a long match. Players do get tired. They are humans, after all, and despite their accuracy when high energy, chances are anyone can have a bad day, or anyone could wake up on the wrong side of the bed. So, you know, human error is there. With Rookie 1, though, it feels like the fight is still on, because Rookie 7 is the threat here, I suppose. And then attacking F7, G7, H7. So you'd be forced to defend, right?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't understand the B5 move. Like, I would have thought that C5 was the way to go, and it'd be exactly, and to go just to end the game. Because here, yes, yeah, you're saying this is, I don't like it. I don't like it as well. This Rookie 7. And if you go Rookie 8, of course it is equal, and after the trades, but we can still hope for something. We can still hope to somehow push the black back, maybe activate our king a little bit, just to look for some way, since the big drawback in the black's position is that he cannot get the king till d8, since f7 pawn is going to be hanging.
Oh, right.
It's one square too far.
Yeah.
So we have to be sitting in this relatively passive position.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an f4 is a move.
G6.
To consider, let's say g6, king f3, and then we have to make some moves again.
H5?
Yeah, h5, and let's say some ideas like f5.
Maybe just
Maybe
take
they-
it. Yeah. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, you should take it. This is
After yesterday, I
pretty
just
nice.
thought taking the pawn is the best thing to do. When in doubt, take.
It's all gonna be a draw. Of course, if anybody's looking, this is an engine. Whatever
Mhm.
we do here, it's all gonna be a draw. Probably there's also moves like rook f6, here's an ideas, and then just taking and all this should be a draw. But if you can create some sort of a passed pawn, it can give you some ideas, some hopes to push. So I think that that's why also she started to think right now in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Despite playing b5 quickly, I think she was already relaxed. Like, okay, she thought, okay, this one is completely over, and now she's actually she's thinking because she's starting to notice that okay, there is slightly unpleasant rook endgame. She knows that it has to be equal, but any position that is unpleasant to play, the fact that it's equal, it doesn't mean that it's a draw. There's like this very, very big distinction. Like a lot of junior players that I'm working with, they are like, oh, but this is draw because just because the engine is showing 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, the
And,
reliance on the engine is a new generation thing. It's like being an iPad kid, but for chess. No, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And but there are different kind of zeros. There's a 0, 0, 0 with perpetual check. There's 0, 0, 0 with none pieces left on the board. And there are zeros when it's just that engine knows how to perfectly defend it. But you
Oh, I
might start to
see.
make some unpleasant human moves, and you can actually end up worse, really.
Yeah, humans are the worst. I mean, the best. But if we look at the current position right now, I don't know if the clocks are accurate. Ju is sitting with 13 minutes. But as you mentioned, it is a rook and pawn ending where things are pretty straightforward. It's not too complicated with a lot of calculation. And rook a8 was decided upon. And now Tan has 40 minutes, more than enough time. But how much are we going to bet that she's going to play almost instantly? Perhaps just going directly rook e7 here.
I think she's gonna take a moment right now, because you can argue that maybe you want to play something like rook b7, and let's assume that Ju is gonna be hunting for the rook. Then now at least there is no rook on an open file. So that that could be the case. And now maybe take this position, or we now play rook e7, let's say. And now if we do exchange, at least we don't have c5 any longer, since the d5 pawn is going to be falling. And so we do end up with a passive rook on c8.
Right. Okay, rook e7 was played. And yeah, like rook f8 is not even possible, I don't think, because the rook takes f7. Because of this.
Rook e8. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is nice tactic, very, very nice tactic. Just get the pawn and use the fact that if you take, we take.
Bellissimo.
So we are gonna see an instant rook takes a7 and c5.
Yes, I think so. And then rook b7, rook takes c3, rook takes b5, and bam. Coffee number 2 time. Ooh, it updated very quickly there.
It's on the board, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that Tan is not anymore trying to push for it. She's fine with the draw. I think it was, if rook b7 still was giving some chances to push for something a bit more. Like those tiny little things are, this is the fact that can actually make it more uncomfortable for opponent. Obviously it's all draw. And it's just about how much you want to be trying to play a draw position and how much you don't want to try to play it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So c5, are we just gonna see now what, rook b7?
But I like what you said there, you know, you gotta also be realistic about things, reserving your energy. It's like squeezing water out of a rock often. Ooh, king f3. That's a fighting move. It's like fighting words, but with a move on the board. Because that king wants to come to the center. But then after pawn takes, would you just play maybe rook c2? Rook b8?
Rook c2 could become actually dangerous, I think.
Oh.
Since our king is way more active, and I'm wondering, maybe say if we go king d2 or something,
Maybe
just to stop rook d2
b4.
moves.
B4
You know, b4 I'm ready to go rook b7.
and rook b2.
Yes, and on rook b2 I would now run with the b5 pawn.
Ah,
Pawn, and
it's running really fast. King f8.
the king. Oh, you do manage king f8 though. That's. If I only
There's no
had
back
normal
rank.
move.
Yeah, that would have been catastrophic. Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, it's simply like this is good enough. Or actually, wait, then in that case, maybe I'm running now d5. Just to win this one tempo. Of course, I'm just playing for tricks. And so you simply run with king out right now and it's fine. But if you would try something like b3, here, I think the d pawn could become very, very strong. Oh, even here we have an easy draw. And just rook d6. If you take this, we take this. Yeah, so there is not much to do. So the pawns would get exchanged, probably, and the active king is gonna be very tough to use.
Yeah, I'm much slower at calculating, sorry. Trying to catch up. And I think it's just finding a way now, probably. But this is not the current position. I think there was one more move that was made, I believe.
No, that is.
Okay, is this the current
that's the
position?
one, yeah, the king f3.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the clock is running in the wrong direction here. I'm just going to refresh. There we go. 11 minutes for Drew. So there was a question much earlier in chat speaking about the World Chess Championship match and how they didn't have any increment up to a certain point. Which time format would you prefer? Increment from move 1, no increment, but starting with more time on the clock. How would you want to play?
Actually, I was very much always in any conversation or any question, always very critically addressing FIDE on this time control that they're doing with no increment. And yeah, simply from the very simple factor that it's nothing wrong that there's no increment. I think the time control itself is good, but I think it is absolutely wrong that
players have only 2 tournaments in 2-year period that they play, only 2 events that has this time control. And one of those events is Candidates, another event is World Championship match. And the rest of the events, they are used to playing with increment. All the official events, everything else is with increment. And then only those 2 tournaments are like this. And your brain is set in a certain way, you're used to it, and it's just, I think that's why it is so tough, for example, was for Dink to adjust to this time control and so on. Because, just how strange it is, and that it's just something completely else. So I just think that time control in itself, like with no increment till move 40, it's a cool one, I like it. But it should be just then by FIDE to set as a time control that has to be applied at all the official events, and then it would be an interesting one. And I do like that for the women events, they decided to play with the regular time control.
Yeah, I do think that they consult the players beforehand to see what, the standing poll is. Maybe both players were very happy to play without any increment for those, the opening, middle game, and so on. So, I would definitely choose to have... Oh, they were not consulted?
No, the players are not consulted. I think that, if I recall correctly, there was simply some sort of objection in some of the women's events earlier on.
Wow.
And they actually commonly agreed to have the time control like this. But that was just players. Players don't have a choice on this because, well, the appeal to that is that with no increment there is more, you can commercialize it more because there's more action at the end of the game. There is more tension because there is a possibility to lose on time. And this is what they were going for, and which I think is good, which is not bad. It's just that then it has to be a common practice everywhere, not just one time a year.
Yeah, because I do recall, maybe I'm recalling incorrectly here, that at the candidates, the players were consulted and asked about the time format. And I think at some point they were even asked about rapid being incorporated, but I'm not sure if that was entirely accurate. I just remember what Hikaru was saying when he was talking about it. Maybe Chad can also try to correct me if I'm speaking. And yeah, I clearly need to start saying things with more confidence, so that I can be believed. But I also don't want to be factually inaccurate. But I do recall at some point players were consulted at an official event or beforehand. Maybe it had something to do with Magnus also saying that he didn't like the time format anymore, or something like that. Yeah, who knows.
And you personally yourself, would you prefer to have an increment or no increment? Just more time.
Yeah, I think it depends. So if I am one of the top seeds of the tournament, I would probably choose to not have increment. If I'm one of the bottom seeds, I would choose to have increment. Yeah, because I think that if you're higher rated and maybe more experienced than most of your opposition, you would want to run down their clock and put more pressure on them in that way. But if you have increment, you have a lot more time to figure things out, like complications, and calculate a little bit more in depth. Yeah. But time management... Sorry, yes.
Essentially, the time is exactly the same. Even when you start with 2 hours for 40 moves, as opposed to 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, you even have 10 extra minutes.
Well, so. I don't know, because I also spoke about this on stream a couple times, saying that if you have 2 hours to think during a game, which is very equal to like maybe an hour 30 with increment, because you have the time, you'll spend it. Maybe it's the same with money. If you have the money, you're going to spend it if you don't know how to manage it properly. And that could be true to many degrees, because then you'll think a lot in a position and be like, oh, I have enough time, and then not manage it correctly and spend like 20, 25 minutes on a line that you don't even decide to play, because you feel like you will never run out of time and eventually find yourself in time trouble. So yeah, the inexperienced might, maybe, you know, at your level it's not the same, but at club level it definitely means a lot. Yeah.
No, that's just on the same topic that I was mentioning, that time management, it's an important skill to be developing, simply.
Yeah.
And you have to just always think about the time you have in relation to the number of moves that you have played and to the type of position that is right now on the board, and that can potentially be in few moves as well.
Mm-hmm.
And also I do think that it's the more important factor is not how much time your opponent has. I would even say that opponent's time management is irrelevant for you. The fact how you are trying to spend your time, and that it's just about you executing the plan on your own time, and opponent can do whatever he wants, and if he gets in time trouble, that is his problem, and then you're gonna capitalize on that later. But let's say there are sometimes those cases that, okay, somebody is spending, like, there are players who spend crazy amount of time in the opening. After move 15, they are always in time trouble.
Mm.
And then you see that somebody is playing against this player, and they are like saying, yeah, but I was thinking here so much because I still had more time than my opponent. And even though this person got in time trouble on move 20, not move 50. But in both cases, the both players basically made a blunder, and you can't really justify it being in time trouble just because your opponent is slow.
No, it's true. You got to use that time advantage, or at least the time on the clock also sort of indicates what you should be doing over the board. So for me, it's like, if I'm up on time by a lot, I'm going to avoid exchanges. I'm going to try and make things a little bit more complicated for my opponent, so that they have to think more. Because the moment you simplify is the moment things become easier. And, you know, if you take a pawn and they can only take back in one way, they're already benefiting from that move because they're saving another 30 seconds. All right, so King of Fate was played just to avoid this back rank checkmate threat that you had.
And so what is the line now? Probably rook b7 is what's getting calculated, just to take the pawn. And black is gonna be looking to defend the pawn, so I would guess rook c3 is the move. And in case we go with the king forward to e4, it could be that we simply play rook c2, again attacking two pawns, king e3, and now simply defending on b2. And if something at d5, maybe even king e8 as the move. And d6 doesn't achieve that much, since it can't go any further. It just got to d6 and that's it. And our king is unable to join the game whatsoever, since it has to defend all the pawns on the second rank. Rook b7 got played, and Ju Wenjun is spending a lot of time. But yeah, with an increment, she has to do only 7 more moves. She is going to easily reach time control. Even if it was 6 minutes without increment, I think she would comfortably play this out.
Mm-hmm.
But with increment, there is no question.
So you said that you saw the regulations, and with the time control, at what point do they receive more time? Is it after move 40?
After move 40, yes.
Okay. Just double checking that. So check. Does the king stay with the kingside pawns, or do you play king e4 here and win king of the hill?
I think it's gonna reach to the same position, because we are gonna see rook coming to the second rank and king coming to the e3, because we cannot give up the pawns. So wherever we go, we have rook c2 and king coming to e3. That is my bet for this position.
Mm-hmm. I did check the chat and all of the things, but I'm hoping that it's all better now. There shouldn't be any echo. We figured out all the little tinkering in the background, so hopefully OBS will be behaving from now on, so it should all be good.
Okay, so which line should we look at here? Is there anything exciting that we can make on this board in this game, or some crazy line where we're sacrificing all the pawns and trying to promote? Do we have any such possibilities? I guess let's try giving up the f2 and h2 pawns, just for the idea. Doesn't seem like a good idea, but let's try it. Oh no, I almost got a checkmate here. I guess we gotta play king e8. And let's go. Yeah, king to d5. It seems not like the right thing to do. We can just keep taking the pawns. Of course, white can now give a perpetual check.
Mm-hmm.
So that is always there. So you're not risking too much with so advanced pawn. But how can we play for a win?
Yeah, ambitious me is trying to find a way to win this with white, but probably not really possible. Would the king have to go to like b6, a7, b8, c8?
That would be nice to do.
Yeah.
But I think that the problem is that the pawn is gonna just run.
Oh dear.
Or those pawns are gonna start running.
Okay. Completely forgot about that. Yeah.
We can't get too far away as well. Oh, maybe this is a motive, how we can make things more complicated for the opponent. So the idea is, if king f8, let's say we play something like rook e3, and now we cut off the king. And so now the king together with the pawn is gonna try to promote. I don't think it's working, but at least that's an idea. So now the threat could be d7, also with the threat of rook e8 checkmate. And okay, let's say we play some move like f5, not to get the checkmated there. King coming over to c6.
Oh, this is a W.
And yeah, rook e8 is coming and we just promote. So this could be some sort of a trick to implement here. Some sort of, yeah, just asking the king where it goes. Of course, if the king goes to d8, I think it's just immediate draw. But, you know, somebody can get scared and go with the king towards the pawns, not wanting to give up all the pawns. And, yeah, and fall for this trap that the pawn is just promoting because king is cut off. But yeah, here, this is no way to go forward, since the moment we come with the king to c6 or e6, we are just gonna get checked.
Yeah. Sure. But at least that means that black can't try anything to try and win, at least, because they're stuck with this problem that the king will get checkmated otherwise. So yeah, this is definitely a try for white, get the king active. And is it correct? Looking at the current position, I need to stop looking over to the left because it shows me that Jew has 2 minutes left on the clock, which is not true. I'm going to refresh quickly. Let's see.
Okay, so rook c2, this is the current position, so she can go for d5 idea, giving up the pawns. So the line that we were just looking at is d5. Alternatively, go king e3, it's gonna be a very calm draw. But this is the one, at least, to have an illusion of some sort of an action. And so, yeah, so if you take d6, threatening checkmate.
Someone said put the king in front of the pawn, which could be quite nice because then you're also threatening mate that way. But maybe it doesn't make much of a difference. So after d5, d5 rook takes f2, king e5?
King e3 got played,
Oh, okay.
but that's why it jumped here. So here, king e5 was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has some sting, this idea. So here, king d6, and the problem is that it's threatening checkmate. I don't like that. So let's say we play g5. And I assume the point is just to try to
Queen the pawn.
promote somehow.
Yeah.
Like here, king d7. But it's gonna be tough. This one is so fast.
Oh dear. Oh,
This
we
guy-
take the pawn. Take on b5. Yes.
Yeah, we can take it, but it's just gonna lead to
Pain and
a lot
suffering.
of...
Oh, the pawn doesn't... Well, we take it. You don't have to do that. Let's
Where do we take?
take this and then play here. And then after this, we can
Oh, yeah.
go...
That was just for the idea if white wants to win the g5 pawn. Like this, white is just playing a position without a pawn, I would guess. And now after h2, there is no way how we can win it.
Oh,
Since we can just check. Only I think black could win it if white is not careful. Since king g6, f5 could be coming rather quickly as well. Or
Yeah.
simply h2, and then after h2 we already can run with f5 pawn without even the help of the king.
mm,
But this is the position on the board. Went backwards.
right.
Are we... Wait, what is the king d2 about? She does want black to play rook b3. I mean, why I'm surprised is because we can actually play just rook f3, and I think that forces king coming to e2,
Mm-hmm.
and then we go rook b3.
Oh. But then the idea of pushing the pawn
Oh,
again,
but
maybe.
at least... but now at least white gets a pawn, a move, otherwise she was just checking. So now at least white has a move, yeah. But it's so interesting that white actually has some ideas to play for a win. And some very long shot ideas, but some ideas to play for a win. As we just go back in this moment where I think that she simply relaxed a little bit and played this b5. If she here played c5 immediately, then I think there could be no ideas like this to play for a win, because with the 4 rooks on the board, the king is not going to be able to get that active.
Yeah.
And it would be, I think, more easy to find some way to create this kind of complete draw situation.
Yeah.
But this is of course also a complete draw. Yeah.
Yeah. We're on move 38 right now. So it's 2 more moves until time control. So it's up to the players to decide whether they will continue to grind this out and see if there's a way for victory for one of them. But otherwise, I think it's going to be another peaceful day at the office. Personally, you take the Munich tournament as compensation. What is chat even on about? Chat has been super unhinged today. Have you noticed?
Is it ever different?
That is a really good point. Right. So it's not a matter of whether they're unhinged or not, it's whether you're reading or not. Okay. But I think...
Okay, so rook b3,
Mhm.
the only move?
sorry, yeah, nothing exciting here. Sure. So what were you gonna say?
No, I was basically going to say perhaps players aren't that worried about spending extra energy in this endgame, despite it being completely drawn, because tomorrow is a rest day. So they'll be able to just catch their breath and not worry too much about being tired on Sunday. So rook f5 was played here. And this is the first like considerable, not big advantage, but considerable like adjustment in the evaluation.
This move just screams trouble. This is not where you want to be putting rooks in the rook endgame kind of position. Like this kind of moves is the reason why 0-0-0 is not a draw, because human factor kicks in and you start to do sometimes some somewhat unnatural things, just trying to find some human immediate draw, you know. It's you always try to find some forced draw. Probably she's looking to set up this, and this is her mind, that it will be a fortress and it's an immediate draw, so she goes for that. But that's a very passive rook. Like it requires calculation to find out, like really figure out what is the main problem with it, and how to really use it in any way. But
it also means that the black king will be stuck on the back rank unless king g8, king h7 this way, with the idea of f5. I can see now what you mean.
I don't like this move, well, at all. For black, I don't know what is her idea, since the rook can be very seriously targeted, and maybe we don't even want to play always f4 because it could be mean some pawn exchanges, but our plan could be simple f3, king e4, and try to win the b5 pawn, since g6 would not help you, as it could be met with g4 anyways.
Ooh, quick update. So h5 was played and then f4. So this idea could still stand of playing rook d5. But if rook d5 immediately, is that king e4?
Yes, we lose the pawn, I guess, after rook d5, and this is the big drawback. Drawback of that. Yeah, I am very shocked. This is such a turn of events all of a sudden. And it's a good sign for Juventus that she reaches the time control now.
Yeah.
Because if there was no extra 30 minutes, I think this could spiral in a bad direction very, very quickly. But right now she has 30 minutes, even though she is in a worse endgame. She has time to calm herself, collect like her thoughts, and just come back with a very, very fresh mindset. And wow, is that correct? I just saw a huge jump in the evaluation bar on the move for the king e8, and
what does this even mean? Okay, so I
think
sort of
she's
understand.
losing the pawn by force.
Yeah, what
right?
happens if
F3,
g6?
G4?
Oh, h3. Oh my goodness.
The king
This
is badly
crazy.
placed for defending against the d pawn as well.
Yeah. And there's no more rook d5. This is such a turning point. What in the world? Toms, you somehow conjured. I don't know, you turned water into wine here. Incredible.
Oh, and not only h3, we also have simply d5 and take the pawn this way as well.
Okay, I didn't see that.
So we have options. That is very unusual for rook endgames, that we have options how we can play for a win.
That's true, Anna. Only a GM could say this is a big turn of events. I could safely say that after looking at the evaluation bar. But yes, what a huge turn of events. Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, this is that is why like you should not go for fancy defense in rook endgames. Rook endgames generally prefer simple rook endgames prefer simple solutions, really.
Right.
Cut off king is rook b3. and one d5 pawn, it's not gonna get anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It just can go maybe exchange it for one other pawn as well, but we have our own counter game, and here rook is attacking from the side effectively. Like from f5, it could attack from the front, and these attacks could be easily stopped. But when it's attacking from the side, it's just comfortable. And with a cut-off king, there can be no trouble. Yeah, I think it's just stress. It's just stress, and it's just the fact that move 40 was approaching, and it could be that the time, like she was not really in time trouble, but it was somewhere in the back of her mind. If she had like more time on the clock, she would just feeling also more confident, and she would not go for such a fancy defense.
Yeah.
And like this could not happen, and so it could again like time management, a little bit few moves back when the position was relatively easy, but she just spent rather a lot of time on some of those decisions, and like she spent a lot of time and then went for anyways for the easy solution. Then yeah, if she saved their few minutes there and here, then I think this would have been avoided. But now this is wow. Is this over? Simply, is there actually a way to defend it?
I'm going to refresh real quick just so that we can see the evaluation. So she's allowing her time to lapse just because of time control. I think that once it hits 0, she'll just get the extra 30 minutes. So we'll just quickly wait. Okay, it didn't actually load, but two things. Either the game ended or she's still thinking. Yeah.
It's gonna update the moment she makes a move. It does. The broadcasts work like this sometimes, depending on what kind of clock and system that is used. So sometimes in the broadcast it updates only when she does the move, and then it's gonna show the correct time already.
Wow, and it's 2025, folks. No, I think they do that to stress out the viewers. 100% intentional. But wow, I'm still trying to find a way to defend b5, and it looks like even if b5 were to fall, that this pawn on d4 is just so strong, despite it being only one pawn up. I think it will be difficult. I think it's still difficult, well, for me, to convert the endgame with a passed pawn on d4. How easy do you think it would be for Tan to take a look at this and say, listen, I'll have a really strong passed pawn, and okay, rook f6 was played.
Yeah, I think this one is gonna be relatively easy, since Black's king is so placed, but most importantly, White's king is very active, very good placed, and the rook endgames are the main factor in rook endgames is how active are our rooks and how much we can actually attack stuff with the rooks. And like now, when we put the rook on f8, we still have to spend like multiple moves to actually make use of the rook. So because of that, I think it's gonna be very, very straightforward.
Yeah.
Now even we can take, and we can't even give rook e6 check because of rook e5. I mean, it's just so no tempos at all, and possible. So we would have to play something at g6, and this is
maybe rook back. Yeah.
Or d5 to stop. Also, just go for the queen.
I'll just go for the queen. When you have a passed pawn, you gotta push it. Otherwise, it's just a pawn on its own over there. Yeah. And
also ideas like f5 as well, just to shatter the pawn structure. Also on the king side can be an option. Like just that when you go with the king forward, let's say exchange, and then you have easier time to win some second pawn somewhere. I think there are multiple paths how to play for a win, but pushing the pawn and activating the king is gonna be the key to success here.
You have a lot of profound sayings. I think you should write a book.
Thanks. Profound in how do you mean that?
Well, there's no negative way to say profound, so good, thanks. No, just like bumper sticker, not bumper sticker, ancient Chinese proverbs style words. Like you were mentioning, just different concepts that are much easier to understand and are like obviously more clear now. So it's great. I'm learning a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. That's kind of you to say. And
It's just to make up for all the nonsense I've been talking today. So thank you for bearing with. Yeah. Yeah, big W for tan, it would be. But that's pretty much opposite. So if, okay, I'm counting my chickens before they hatch here, but if tan were to win, it would be very different to your prediction of tan winning with the black pieces and my prediction of Jew winning with the white pieces, and here tan would be winning with the white pieces instead.
I thought that your prediction was 12 draws.
I don't know what you're talking
If I
about. You have no evidence of
I
this. No, my prediction was 12 draws, yes. But I guess that's immediately put to a stop my prediction. I guess I'm going to have to fold. And yeah, I think that this only means that for future preparation or future games, sparks will fly. She'll want to equal the playing field and get that point back, especially with the white pieces in the next round. But nothing is more difficult than losing right before a rest day. You sort of want to enter the rest day with either a draw, calm, or winning the game. And this is something I absolutely hated when it came to the Olympiad. I would try my best to have a positive or good result right before the rest day, because I don't want to spend the entire rest day thinking, why was I doing that? Oh, I blundered, all the negative thoughts. And then the second half of the tournament is just a tank. So yeah, it's tough. It's like a mental adjustment. Mm-hmm.
I have always wondered about this, if this is just a feeling that, it feels like that, but maybe if person maybe needs to get out those negative thoughts anyways. And if you have this rest day, then that sometimes it is exactly better for the overall result in the event if you do have a rest day after you lose, because sure, the rest day is not going to be so pleasant, but on the other hand, there is you're going to get it out of your system, like throughout this rest day, and when you'll be coming back, then you'll be already more fresh, like more playing like a new event, as opposed that when you're still on the emotions, they're still gonna be there in the next day after you just lose, and then they can be influencing you and making you go taking more risks, or making like maybe not so sound decisions, because you just want to like get back this point. And this has always been like question that has been making me wonder, because I never like to have a rest day at all, but also especially after I lose. But then
I remember you saying that.
Then after I lose, what happens is either I go and win a very brilliant game, or I completely go crazy attacking, trying to win the game, and I end up actually losing some 3 games in a row as well. It happens. And that has to do with emotions, and it can be yeah. I think in World Championship match it could be nice too, if you have to lose, then to lose before a rest day.
Oh my gosh, chat. Oh, that is so funny.
Anna is not holding anything back in the chat.
I love it. It's unhinged. Let's go. Yeah, some people, don't get angry. They get even. I get angry and I get even. So that is my approach to after losing a chess game. And this purely stems from growing up and my coach making me absolutely upset and angry and frustrated because of their comments towards my games. And I would feel like it was completely unwarranted. And somehow I used that energy and fueled it and like sort of channeled it into my chess, which is completely unhealthy, but somehow worked at a junior level. So yeah, get angry and get even. That is my bumper sticker message for the day.
I do agree that it's for tournaments it works nicely. Just I think it could not work so well in the match format because especially in a long match format, because you do very often need to play the safe approach and look for the small chances. Even if you are -1 after 2 games, you still have 10 games to go.
Yeah.
So you will for sure get your chance. But if in the next game you take too big risk and you end up -2, then it is then it can become already very, very bad.
Then you have to quit while you're behind. Yeah. No, never quit. Finish the tournament, guys. Stay in school. No, I completely understand. What is your longest win streak and your longest lose streak?
Ooh, I don't really know that. I know the longest losing streak is I played a tournament one and I lost 8 games in a row.
Oh no.
It was I was very low rated. It was a tournament where I was offered to play just because there was some last moment cancellation. I went for just to play an open tournament, and then in a GM norm tournament there was a cancellation, and they offered me to play for free, and I thought, okay, it's a great chance to train, so I tried it, and yeah, I was a 0 out of 8, and then in the last round I played with my coach, and he just offered me a draw to not finish on 0, but that was tough. I had a lot of good positions, a lot of winning positions, but I was just not able to convert them because I was just not on that level yet. But it also was my best learning experience, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
And the winning streak, though, I have no idea. I have won multiple tournaments with 8.5 out of 9.
Wow.
I think I have won some tournaments also with 9 out of 9. And for sure 7 out of 7 I have had, but
incredible.
so it's hard. It's very, very hard to find. I never timed the the winning streak. And what about you? Did you have some?
Yeah, we
specific one?
always remember the trauma and the horrible things that happen, but never quite the big W's in life. Yeah, so I'll start with my losing streak. My largest losing streak was when I played the Grand Swiss in Riga, Latvia, a couple years ago. And I was the lowest rated out of all of the players. And after 10 rounds, I was 0 out of 10. It was really hard. Also some winning positions I couldn't convert. And in the last round, I played against international master Alina Bivol. And I went 2 pawns up. I was so happy. I was like, okay, one of the organizers came to me the night before and told me, listen, in the history of, it's not a very long history, but the history of Grand Swiss, no one has ever ended the tournament on 0. And I was like, that is not going to be me. I'm not making history for a bad thing. Okay. And then I went into the game and I was like, determined. Unfortunately, in the end game, I messed up, gave the pawns back, and it ended in a draw. So 0.5 point out of 11. Score. It doesn't feel like a score, but in retrospect, I was quite happy with the experience. It humbled me, but I also learned a lot. Winning streak, that was quite memorable for me. I was a junior, 2015, I was 18 years old, and it was our national championship, also 11 rounds, and I won all 11 games. Yeah, that was a biggest win for me.
That is impressive.
Thank you.
Congrats, yeah. And
I missed a chance to make history. Yeah, imagine going down in the books. It's like winning the wooden mic, but for chess.
But it's
Uh,
also,
yeah.
like when you have a long winning streak, let's say somebody can still beat it by a longer winning streak. But when you have the perfect, uh, like this kind of history, nobody could beat you on that one if you
Yeah,
made it.
I really hope that no one. Well, I mean, it would be nice to be remembered for the positive things and for a good laugh, also remembered for the bad things. But if someone does end up beating me, there was another African player who made it to the Grand Swiss, the next one, the next edition, and she scored quite well. Actually, I think she got a few points, which I was really happy about because I was rooting for her. She's a friend of mine, and I was like, yes, you go, girl, you got this. And it's tough being the underdog, especially if you don't know any of the other participants and you feel like you're alone at a tournament. It's difficult both on the mental level and on a chess level. And it's always nice to feel like you belong, especially in a playing field or at a venue or a tournament. And I really lacked that feeling. So I made sure to give her as much support as possible to know and let her know that she's not alone. Yeah.
That's nice. And well, we have a big development in a game, and I think we have to speak about it, or
Yes?
about at least a bit, because I think that Tan is playing it a bit carelessly,
Oh.
and I just Rook end games, of course, you can be blundering. Like if you look at the evaluation bar, you could theoretically be blundering on every single move in a Rook end game and think that you're doing everything right. They tend to be very, very hard to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Rook
but
and pawn endings.
it just feels like something is too simplified down here. And first of all, the idea is f6 is the move that is coming to mind, because now we do push the king back. I assume king is gonna come to d4, and now black actually gets some time to activate the rook. The problem was that rook was very passive, so now it's gonna be all about d5 pawn managing to promote in time, or not managing. So let's say some lines like rook coming to
Oh, okay.
a2,
Yeah.
and yes, it gets super concrete. It's a race all of a sudden, in a way. You have to think if you're giving up h2 pawn or no, if you're immediately trying to get with the king around here. I think the idea is just to come with a rook for these pawns are not going to be too effective, because any pawn exchange is going to help black to be a step closer to a potential draw.
But this way, wouldn't white be able to win another pawn, maybe? Because with rook b6, rook takes h2. Unless king f7, I mean, rook takes f6, and then going after this pawn, there's no use because rook takes g6 as well. What would happen here?
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. I had somehow in my mind that the pawns are getting exchanged after h4, but of course you can take on g6 and then back on g3.
Ah, g5. Not g5. G5?
No, I had in my mind somehow that this is forcing white to take, but white is not forced to take.
Okay.
So that's not good. Exactly. So yeah, we would have to defend the pawn, probably with king e7 here.
Is this the live?
And,
Let me double check. No, it's not. Okay, so the last move that was made was f6. Okay. I thought we had a rook a2 and rook b6 already, so I was... Yeah. Okay. So we're still here, and there's some thinking going on.
I think that if we go a little bit back, there was just more chances to be pushing for it. I don't even know if we needed this d5 move, really. Like, maybe activating the king immediately, or improving our rook first. It somehow feels too simplified. Like right now, it feels like white should be having theoretically winning endgame, just by the idea, and we just have to find the correct setup to use it. And
Yeah, king d4 was played as predicted as well.
So maybe
Because-
king d5 here could have been the move, just to get it somehow forward. Like, I don't think we can exchange pawns really here too much, and then in case the rook is leaving, then please we get the king to the 6th rank. Yeah, there's rook endgames. They of course require very, very direct calculation, and I can't exactly manage now on the spot to find the accurate lines. You can probably, it could be like an exercise to exactly do, and just think about it like for 15-20 minutes focused, and then to come up with the correct plan and so on. But just giving this kind of tempos seems to be a chance. It just seems like it's a chance for black to get back into the game.
We could go back. So this is technically still winning according to the engine, something like +2. But here apparently it's +4, and giving white an opportunity here to maintain that +4 advantage. Since I accidentally peeked at the engine, yes, it was an accident. What do you think is the move like we discussed? King to d5. I think also d5 with the pawn, which is what had happened. But there was one more move, actually. Or two. One or two.
It's for sure very strong also to just play h3 g4 here, but another thing is I am very tempted to give some checks and then improve the rook, and then do some with the rook already on the 7th rank, then to do more aggressive things.
Okay. Yeah,
So
rook b8 is definitely one of them. Believe it or not, rook e5 was another one, which looks crazy.
Rook e5 with an idea of f5 or something else.
What I was thinking, because I didn't look further than that, was to either force the king to go to the d file or the f file. That way you can always put pressure on the f pawn if the king does decide to. Wait, that's a good point. Wait, hang on. Thinking, computing. I like f5 very much. Yeah, rook e5, king d7, f5. That's it.
Yeah, this f5 idea, it was immediately looking at the structures screaming to me, but I guess rook e5 check and then f5 is like this accuracy that's needed for it to be working very nicely, because now if you take it, f7 pawn would be hanging.
Sorry. Yes. That made sense.
But okay, it still should be winning for white by the perfect game, as we understand. Just about, I think, about some misconception about the engine evaluations is, with the way engines are now calculating stuff, I think +2 no longer for Stockfish really counts as a winning.
Yeah, and can often be like a theoretical draw or something like that.
So it has to be very position dependent, and I usually tell to my students that starting from +3, you can only start to consider that it's winning advantage. But +2 is somehow, because the algorithms for calculating and evaluating everything are so much more advanced than they used to be, then yeah, this is, it just sees far ahead some very beautiful position, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's winning one. And usually, if it's sure convinced that it's winning, then it's giving much more to this evaluation. So rook a2, and now the big decision. Let's see if Dan is still going to be playing quickly. She has been playing very quickly this game, while she's having so much time on the clock. Or if she is going to be now actually calculating, because we have to also choose, even if we are set to give up pawns on the king side,
we have to choose if we start with h4 and give up the g3 pawn and then say that it's going to be harder to take the pawns, or do we give up the h2 pawn and start immediately running with the king? And that is all about very, very concrete calculation, concrete lines.
Yeah, my intuition is telling me keep the pawns connected. That way you're not giving up g3. Oh, there was an update. Yeah, you're not giving up g3 and then you have two isolated pawns, but rather give up h2, distract the rook. But king c5 was played. And now...
Yeah, very quickly. She's playing super, super quickly. Maybe she has just... also, of course, the 3 against 3 with the d pawn is a type of endgame that you do analyze, that you do train, which you are training rook endgames. Like, even if you're working with the already before mentioned Dvoretsky manual, and yeah, that is something that is there that you think about. But of course, every pawn structure is slightly different. Every rook and king placement is slightly different. So it's interesting, the speed.
Yeah. All rook endings lead to Rome. That's what I read somewhere. And rook to b8. Check. Yeah, there was something else I wanted to say, but I completely forgot. So I just made up the rest.
So now she's gonna give a rook b7 check, cut the king off on the 7th rank,
Okay.
and come with the king forward, trying to threaten checkmate, and at the same time pick up the pawns and advance the pawns. So this is what she's going for. Yeah, there is some discussion in the chat about the engine evaluations. In the net games, I think it's also very different, but if we look at it in the middle games, I just would like to add there's exactly about this +2 evaluation, that very often we end up in a line that it has calculated to certain depth, and it just, by the algorithm, it just thinks that it looks pretty. But when you actually reach this position, what it's doing is basically repeating the position, like top lines are just repeating the position, and it still gives this evaluation, you know? And
then after repeating 3 times, it goes 0, 0.
And you try to do something else and the evaluation drops. But till this moment where it actually managed to calculate, you know, then yeah, it is. But it never happens in +3 and more positions. There it is. There is always something clear.
I always assumed that it was more like +1 equals a pawn, +2 equals 2 pawns. But even being 2 pawns up in certain situations doesn't guarantee a win. Even in, well, maybe an example would be like opposite color bishops ending where the pawns aren't going anywhere. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess now black's king move doesn't matter where it goes, because rook b7 is going to be the next move anyways, and king will have to stay, I think, on e8 anyways. So we're just going to see this played quickly. We don't want to go king d8 because it's going to give a tempo for the king coming to d6, and king e8 is still kind of close to the king side, at least in some way, to restrict attack on those pawns and stop in the same time the d pawn from running.
So what would happen here? King e7, rook check, king back. Then king d6, I'm assuming, might be, or even just pushing the pawn. What do you think?
Maybe pushing the pawn as king d6. We can put it on the board as well.
Yeah.
For to easy have time to follow. As king d6, rook e8 would probably be played, not to allow king e6. And then we would still have to make some accurate moves. One option is to play for rook b8, king f7, king d7, which is the slow approach. Oh, the other thing could be just to go for this pawn, maybe. If we take the g6 pawn before start doing too much, it could mean a very comfortable win.
Sure.
Since all the time black has to keep an eye on d6 square, and he doesn't have time to launch counter game with the kingside pawns.
Mm-hmm. That is very, very true. So just getting the extra pawn back and maybe creating another pass pawn in the process. Oh. Goodness.
Yeah, so yeah, this actually seems to be very, very clean and unstoppable, since I think we cannot do anything else than play rook e2. Let's say we go for something like h4, then it can be met with something like, I think, takes, and king e6, and all of a sudden there is this problem.
But the king would
And
move.
if you do king d8, you're still hit with d6 again.
And this
it's
is just
all coming
winning.
with tempos.
Yeah. There's no way to escape this now.
And this is still coming.
Oof.
You cannot stop it.
It is rough.
So there's no time to do anything else. And I think the same applies for... Yeah, g5 is perhaps slightly better, because now at least after king e6 we can give a check. After capture, at least we managed to exchange one pawn. This has to be just one of the theoretically lost positions, with two pawns in the center and h-pawn being rather irrelevant. But maybe something like this is the best chance, and then hope that that white miss somewhere some trick for a draw. So let's say that. What are your thoughts? How do we try to stay in the game here?
Yeah, hard
Do you have some ideas whatsoever how we could try to set up a resistance?
Yeah, I've been trying to rack my brain for something as well. I quite liked the idea of stopping king e6 with rook e2. I was also wondering, why not just allow king e6, for example, but then, go rook g2, and so in this position over here. And here, and then go rook g2. But then I completely forgot that f6 was hanging, because king e6 check and takes.
Yeah, the moment we get the second extra pawn, it should be just over.
Yep. It will be very, very tough. Or just play this immediately. Yeah. King e6. Check. Takes.
Oh, maybe...
Yeah, this is exactly what we went over. Okay.
Maybe we can do some... I don't know if it has any point, but play something like king d8. And...
But then pushing the pawn maybe.
And now to give a check.
Okay. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, then we can actually start running with a pawn. And if you push the pawn to d6, the harder part is that the king is very close to picking it up whenever you move your rook. On d5, the king is very far away, and you have the hiding spot for the king on d6. So, yeah, maybe this is a trick of sorts, just to try to provoke the d6 idea. It's tempting. It's very tempting, because this is something that you automatically do in a lot of the cases, how you try to exactly exploit this king's position, exploit the extra pawn just by going forward with those pawns. And now just, d6, and all of a sudden it's a blunder. Usually also in these situations you would have an idea, something like rook check on the 8th rank and then playing d6, but here the rook is too close to the king, so it doesn't immediately work.
Okay. So maybe the idea coming over here and trying from that side. Or not. Never mind. What would the move here be for white?
Why not?
Here? Maybe
yes, for example.
Does work.
This is a big threat. No, or it doesn't threaten it. No, it threatens rook a8, c7, and rook c8 check, and d7, and we'll win immediately on the spot. So we can't play something like h4, just what I was meaning, like that here. We don't go d7, of course, because there's a check, but we just go rook c8. King has to go away, and now we can choose if to take the pawn in the middle or no, but in any case the d7, d8 is unstoppable.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's difficult until you calculate it. All right. So the current position, could we go to the live position quickly?
Yes, this is the one.
Yeah, so king d7 was played and Juru's back down to 30 minutes on the clock versus Tan's 50 minutes.
She is trying to find all the tricks. Like, when you have a losing position, then I think time management becomes less important, because what are you saving your time for if not for trying to find some trick that could save the game?
Yeah, precisely. And the idea here, like you said, was just to play rook back. Yeah, okay, there we go, it updated. And rook check. Didn't spend a single moment on that. And rook to g7.
Yeah, this looks just winning. Maybe she'll try g5 and hoping that here she can get to this. And now actually get some sort of a draw against a single pawn. Of course, white is not going to allow that, but this could be maybe her attempt to play g5 right now. And just to get to that, but I think we can just attack. We can just attack the king. So perhaps just king c6 is the way to just threaten a little bit some stuff, and
So
now
rook
we get king
c2.
d6.
Okay, I see that. And then rook back. Or rook c3? No, not rook c3.
Yeah, we can
Take.
we want to pick up those pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe no h4. So we do manage to maintain another pawn for white. This is nice. We don't exchange all the pawns in this way.
Yeah.
And even if it leads to pawns staying like, no, I wanted to show this. Yeah, even if it means that both sides have f pawns, I think it's still a big improvement as opposed to them being gone.
Right. Because the rook can just sit behind the pawn and the king can go after this one. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess it could happen, exactly. And
This is a critical moment. And that's why she's taking her time. Tan
she did
needs-
play g5.
Yes, so g5 was played, but Tan has to make the right decision, because we were talking about f takes g5, just trying to simplify things, and that being a completely drawn king and pawn, well, king, pawn, and rook versus rook ending. So to avoid this, maybe playing f5 or king c6. Wow.
I wonder, just since we are looking at the moves, does d6 also win here, or it already spoils it all? Yeah,
Honestly, I would have thought that it works, and I honestly would have said so. But my peripheral vision is so strong, and the evaluation bar just said the big nope. And I'm assuming because of the checks or taking first and check.
Yeah, it's very tough to promote pawns when you're running first with a pawn rather than king. Yeah, so the problem here would be just, of course, we cannot make any progress. I wanted to make progress in a way that I go here, you check, and I come for the pawn, but it's all going to be very, very slow. And it actually gives black the time to do something with his own pawns, like play h4 and exchange everything and attack everything, and yeah.
So yeah, not this. I have to go on with the king. Or f5. Oh, that's elegant. That is elegant. I like that.
What is the point of f5 though? Because I only saw that being a suggested move. Do you go after f6 now with the rook?
The point is simply not to give any chance to exchange pawns.
Okay.
And if rook is gonna come for the f5 pawn,
Then maybe
it's gonna
going
be
here and then here.
on the worst. Yeah, it's gonna be on the very worst possible horizontal.
Oh.
Since it cannot give any checks from the back. So it's basically untouchable on f5. Well, on f4, like if we would have exchanges, the rooks come for f4. In the case of some d6, king c6, we can still give a check.
Right.
But when it's on the 5th rank, there is no way to touch this pawn. So now all the ideas like this are just gonna be deadly, completely deadly.
So setting up a bit of a decoy. So if black were to go after the pawn, then white's job becomes even easier. So rook f7. I was looking at the idea of rook f7 or rook f. Let's see rook f2. And what would you play here with white? Immediately move the king or
Yeah, I would go with the king c6.
king c6?
Just threaten the mate. And
Check. d6.
yeah, but then you just lost the tempo. Oh, and you're going back rook f2. And now we go king e6, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just
And
gonna...
actually, if f6 pawns, it's still a chain reaction of still multiple pawns falling.
I'm clicking the live button. There we go. Okay, so h4 was played and then an exchange. Oh dear.
And now king c6 coming. But
Probably.
one thing that we have to really, I think, praise here is the endgame technique by Tan here. So confident, so quick. She has no doubt. She just knows what to do, and that's it. Like we are here, like not sure, like still considering blundering. She doesn't consider it. She just goes for the win.
Yeah. Honestly, she needs to be cast as the new James Bond, licensed to mate, to checkmate. Yes.
So king c6, is it gonna be blitzed out, or she? No, she plays it a bit more safe with rook h7.
Yeah. h3, king c6. King. I still feel like at a much lower level, this is easy to mess up. It's really easy to just be a little bit impatient and just want to push the pawn. So here, I think, the technique is not over. It's not the home run yet. You still have to be very accurate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in rook endgame, we don't even have an extra pawn. You always have to avoid some drawing possibilities. But I think as long as you don't push the pawn, you're good. With the king cut on the 7th, like on the last rank, it's just winning. Of course, yeah, h3 had to be played. This pawn is the only chance. You give a check, you put the pawn in h2, and then you hope for some trick that your opponent misses.
Yeah, because I saw king c6, but then rook c2 check. King d6 and h2. Does the king just continue to e6? What should white do there?
Yeah, or I think we give a check first, push the king to b7, and then you go to e6.
I guess the king could also go to d7.
To d7. Probably could, yeah, we could put king d7, d6, and then later go for the pawn on f6.
We cannot win the game, I think, if we don't take the f pawn at some point, because otherwise we cannot promote the d pawn, as there will be checks always with the pawn on h2.
Yeah, to save time, Tan could just like take the pawn off the board without capturing it. Just saying, you know, I'm gonna win it anyway, might as well take it now. Sorry. Comment. Tan has so much time she can play another World Chess Championship game. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
it's not accumulative. Can't accumulate all the time that you've saved in previous games and use it for the next one. Then we might
That's
start
an
to.
interesting idea for a tournament.
We
You
m-
start
Yeah.
start a tournament with let's say 9-round tournament. So you start with 18 hours,
Mm-hmm.
but this all is for 9 rounds.
Oh dear.
And do with it with what you want.
I mean, we might
That
have
is-
to start reintroducing adjournments. Imagine that.
Yeah, but that would be quite a challenge for time management.
True. Yes. Yeah, that's a huge task. I think you'd have to start rationing. It's like being stuck in a bunker with a bunch of canned food, and you have to like stop yourself from eating 10 cans a day. Yeah, like rationing your time is. I think that's going to be incredibly difficult for some points itself. Yeah, 18 hours. Wow.
Yeah, that seems quite a lot, considering that the first round could go technically 36 hours.
Oof. Oh my goodness. Don't do that to us.
Have you ever played any of the chess marathon events?
I haven't, but I have watched a stream or two, like a little bit of it, of someone doing like the stream or the marathon. It's on Lichess, right? They have it monthly? Or how does it work?
It's every 3 months there is
Every
one
3
for every
months.
season. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, and you've done it?
I did one for 20, almost 21 hour, and
Oh my
streaming the
gosh.
whole time. It was pretty
How many
pretty
coffees?
crazy. Oh, that's beyond counting.
Oh goodness.
That's
Yeah.
but I did play multiple times over the board marathon events, 24-hour blitz tournaments.
Oh yeah,
And,
I've done a stay awake before as well. I think I was like 10 years old though. Stayed awake the entire day, and then we went for breakfast at this restaurant. I literally fell asleep on the table. That's
Like,
incredible. 24 hours though. Wow.
every single year there is a chess festival in Czech Republic,
Yeah.
Czech called there is happening, and there is a marathon event. Yeah, usually signs up around 100 something players, and they are just playing round robin tournament.
100
And-
player round robin.
Yeah, like somewhere between 100, 120, 120 players round robin tournament.
Blitz.
Blitz, yeah, 5+0 I think, or 3+2, depending on the. I think it used to be 5+0 because
Goodness.
they didn't have that many electronic logs, but now for sure it's 3+2 or something. I don't know.
Do you bring your own
And,
sleeping bag and tent and mattress and all these other things?
Well, you don't have time in a Blitz tournament to go for a nap really, as the next round is about to start.
But if you feel like you're about to collapse, I'm sure you're going to quit halfway through and be like, 50 games are enough. I'm going to go sleep now. Yeah.
But I do remember playing it. I did play it when I was way younger, and the experience was I remember that I bought everything that I knew at the time that could keep you awake. So I had stacked myself up with a few liters of those iced coffees that you can buy in the cans. Then I had I think I had like few liters of some Coke or Pepsi, not sure, and then of course also a few liters of energy drinks.
You came prepared. That's good. Also, caffeine overload.
Yeah, but
that was a very strange feeling at the end of the event.
I can only imagine. And did it go well for you? Did you find that your chess slowly declined the longer you stayed awake?
Oh, 100%, but that was the case for everybody.
Yeah,
So it was just about who it declines the least. And I think I did
true.
well. I finished in top 3 or something like that.
Top three, amazing. Yeah, that is like the ultimate brain power. Yeah. As someone with at least, not at least, a maximum amount of 3 brain cells, I would lose like 1 brain cell for every hour I stayed awake. So honestly, kudos and congratulations for surviving. When was the last time you participated in that event?
Oh, it's a lot. Probably like more than 15 years ago.
Wow, okay,
So it
goodness.
was, yeah, I did play the online event recently, relatively, but over the board, yeah, it's been forever.
Wow. Yeah, there needs to be more marathons to keep people awake. I want to see streams of people being sleep deprived, talking about absolute nonsense and playing horrible chess. It's great. That's where the content's at. Yeah.
Well, at some point, I think you become also so sloppy that it's just hard to really speak anything sensible. You're
Mm.
just, I mean, you're kind of speaking, but what you're saying just really has no point.
That's me all the time. Brilliant. Yeah, in on chat or like on stream, we call them DMCs, deep meaningful conversations, which are often not that deep or meaningful, but we say that anyway. Yeah. All right, so she's thinking quite a while here. I would say at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, so she doesn't, but it's of course something that you have to do. I just thought she would do it or did like a couple of times before that, like one move 10 minutes, then again some critical position 10 minutes. But okay, she got to the position that she's certain that is winning, and now she's calculating just, yeah, not to mess it up. And I think this is also like something that especially all the junior players, someone watching should learn from. Like, you don't get extra point for winning a game faster. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't give you any bonuses. Like, there's exactly, the time doesn't accumulate or anything like that. So you have the time and you're here to win. You came to play anyways. So just use the time and make sure for 100% that you're winning. That's it.
Yeah, indeed. And I do want to ask quickly, could we take a 5 minute break? I know that the game is bound to end, so we'll keep the break really, really short. I just need to make a restroom run. I had a lot of coffee, and then we can come back and finish off the game. Would that be okay?
Yeah, let's be back in a few minutes and see how the game finishes.
Okay. And we are back after a really, really short break. Tom's, there haven't been any moves made, so we didn't miss too much. No commentator's curse for that break.
Yeah, that's very unusual. I mean, it's just such a. It sometimes feels like it's for players. They have some special indicator like a lamp that okay, commentator's turn on a break. So now let's do a quick couple of moves and
Yeah.
and change the whole outcome of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we are good this time, and I guess Tan did, I guess, understand that she did rush with this rook h7, which
Mm-hmm.
was completely unnecessary move in a way, because the h pawn is nowhere running just yet, and we could already advance with our ideas and do some actual threats and stuff like that. So she played quickly this rook h7, and after h3, I guess she did understand that it's all not that straightforward, and she does need to calculate some stuff. So she is. So this is not anymore just checking if it's winning. Probably this amount of time. How much is it? Already more than 15 minutes. So this already is the amount of time that you spend when you are calculating how to win, not just checking if it's winning. What do you think? Could that be the case that she just rushed and now she is struggling, or she's still could be in the double checking phase?
I'm pretty sure she's just triple checking everything. I have a feeling she knows she's winning in this position because as long as this pawn is not sitting on d6, allowing some perpetual checks, perhaps it's fine. But since h3 is quite far up the board, maybe she just has to, make sure that everything's gonna be okay. And believe it or not, I looked back at the engine. I added another line on Lichess just to check the options. There's one winning move, and the rest are drawn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does give this feeling that we did give tempos with coming with the king like forward and then coming around. Then we gave a tempo now with playing rook h7 without a need to do that. So, and also f5 in general, it was a strong move, well, like strategically, but it was a slow move. So white has done quite a lot of slow moves. So just logically, it could mean that now there are drawing chances.
And it's crazy that she spotted a critical moment correctly because I think this is the most time she spent in a position, and it's a very important moment too. And when you mentioned rook h8 check, I was thinking, yeah, that works. I mean, king b7 and so on, but after rook h8, there's actually king d7. And with the check again, pushing the king back, king e8, and somehow it says it's a draw. I don't quite understand.
That I think I was suggesting the check in the moment when we had king on d6 to push the king away to b7.
Okay, yes.
So that was why I was giving a check. Because yeah, if the king gets to e8, it is closer to the pawn, and I think that is what helps to make a draw. And also some of the winning ideas for sure for white here is to pick up the f pawn, maybe sometimes lose the d pawn, but because the king is so far away from the f pawn, the f pawn is already promoting. If the king goes on e8 and it can get under the f pawn, then we could be reaching all sorts of drawn rook endgame situations.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Giving up the d pawn and then not allowing the king to come over to the king side. Ooh, I'm learning rook and pawn endings. This is awesome. Okay. Right.
This is always, rook endgames. I already did say that before, but it just doesn't make sense that they are so complicated because they're just rooks and pawns, but somehow it's very, very hard to play them right. All the time are having some inaccuracies. No matter who is playing, there are inaccuracies. And like such a simple thing, like here, probably there are just multiple paths to the win because the position is still quite like far from actually any threats from the black side. But you do such a simple thing like rook h7,
which could seem natural. Okay, the opponent has a pawn there, so you're attacking it. But you're not actually attacking it, you're not actually achieving anything, you just force the pawn one step closer to the queen. And as a result, yeah, it's only one winning move.
Yeah.
She's probably thinking here between the options of king d6 and king c6.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to mention here. Anna also asked the same question, and I was wondering if king d6 is the only winning move, what else could she be considering? Or perhaps she sees king d6 but is trying to calculate further than that, seeing what happens after king d6. And maybe my answer to your question earlier, whether she knows it's winning or whether she thinks it's a draw and has rushed rook h7, I think my answer is going to change. Perhaps she thought that she had rushed and is maybe thinking, oh no, could this very well be a draw? What do you think?
Yeah, I guess yeah, I think she feels like there has to be chances. It just intuition is still saying that it should be there because our king is potentially able to advance, and the opponent's king is bad, and there is this possibility to pick up the f-pawn. So the intuition could say that it's the way to go, but from the other side, like, she is calculating direct lines, and it's for sure not as easy as it was before. So she sees that it's not like she can calculate till the end any of the positions right now. And I think that is what makes it hard to make decisions in the rook endgame. Okay, king d6 is played.
King d6. Let's go. And that was a long think. I think that was almost, or maybe over 20 minutes of thinking. Wow.
Yeah, the first time she has done, I think, such a long...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was first time. Yesterday I don't remember that there was such a period of 20 minutes of thought. So yeah, this could be the first time.
She has solved chess after that think, for sure. She has seen 50 years into the future with that think. And now I'm wondering, how could Black respond to make things tricky? Because perhaps Jew's only option now is to try to complicate things. Is it rook a2 to try and swing the rook across to the a file and give some checks? Or perhaps play rook h1
Yeah,
and push the
I
pawn?
would say rook h1 is maybe a bit more tricky, since we do not want to give up the pawn, h-pawn that easy. Rook h1, I think the h-pawn is the only hope just to keep it on the board. And so we are not able to play king d8, so we had to play rook h1. And now after king e6, h2, we can take on f6. And in this position, here comes in the factor. If the king was on e8, there would be all sorts of possibilities at some points to exchange this for this, and we're looking for some drawn ideas. But here, Black doesn't have any of that, so we can't move the rook. So if we bring the king over, now the pawn moves, and we actually see the point on this pawn being there. And here we can swing the rook around, I think, to e2, and you have to choose with the king, again, this choice, which pawn you're gonna hold. And we're gonna keep the rook on e file and advance with the other pawn. So yeah,
There was a move
that's
made.
king b8, yeah.
Ah, this is so hype. I'm so hype. This will be amazing. A whole decisive result.
So king b8 is, she wants to be able to put the pawn on h2 without a passive rook.
She wants to get this.
Okay.
And this is a draw, right? Yes.
Yes.
The bar agrees. This is a draw.
Okay.
So this is what she wants, and that's why she played this move. So
I'm
now
starting
White
to
has
see the latency. Or did you switch on the engine to see if it was a draw?
I saw in the stream we have
Okay.
an evaluation bar just by the board. I haven't checked any of the engine lines. Not
Okay.
yesterday, not today.
I'm so
Just-
impressed. Okay, yeah, because I was like, it's probably, if you're looking at the stream, it's probably like 5 second difference until you can see the live. Okay.
And King D7 played exactly, not going for the F pawn,
Mm.
but advancing the pawn to a dangerous level before picking up the F6 pawn.
Hmm.
I assume that Rook D2 will be played. There is no other move really. Then D6.
And
then
then
H2.
H2, King D8? Well, no. Because then you're just giving the pawn.
Check maybe King B7 and then maybe King E7, or first King E7 immediately,
Hmm.
and then to look for play D7, D7, D8. Yeah, this could be the way.
I was also thinking about that. Can White just take on H3? But I think
Oh,
that the king is a little bit too close. And it would be a draw. Oh, you mean in this instance?
yeah, now we can just take on H3.
This
That
is simpler. Yeah, nice. Nicely spotted. Sorry, I thought you meant like sacrifice the rook. I'm like, no, I want to do that too.
And now we can, for the easiest win, we can just play some move like this. Not to have to
Yes.
think about any theoretical position. King cut off 3 files, that's as easy as it gets. Just pick it up with using the zigzag kind of method, get the pawn to f7 and king to f8, and then just create a bridge.
Bridges are
Create
nice.
a bridge
Yeah.
and promote. Yeah, that is true. So what do you do? Do you go? How do you get a rook out of h2 in that case? There is no way. I would.
Hmm. A can opener.
King b7 is the move that we played, but we just played
Yeah.
d6, and it's still not clear what is the next move.
Mm-hmm. Because maybe, yeah, the rook won't be able to move at all. Maybe rook h1 is the final attempt. But then, I'm even thinking about this. What would happen? Maybe it's not even necessary. Like you can just play king d8, yeah. Check. But then king c6. Yeah.
And we can just come here.
Yeah. But then h2. Ah, okay. I see. The king blocks itself. Ooh. Fancy pantsers. But then the king will just go here, right? Or f7 at the end of that, because like king e8 check. King f8.
Interesting. Or can I just do this? Just wanting to pick up the pawn and push the king away from the d6.
Mm-hmm.
And if there, yeah, don't think you have any moves. If king e5, we of course play king e7. And if rook goes, then we can pick up the pawn and return back. And if we exchange this pawn for these two, of course with the pawn on d7, we're gonna be winning. So this does work as well.
for white. Would there be also an idea just to play king e6 here? I think that also could be winning. And with the point being, if we come here, I was just thinking to give rook c7 and then somehow get with the rook from the side there.
Maybe just king d7, king c8. But then this pawn might be a problem.
Yeah, so to stop the pawn, maybe
Okay.
just rook c2
Yeah.
as a move. And the idea is that, yeah, now h2 I do manage to take on f6, and there are no checks, and the pawn and the rook is gonna be stuck on h1, and the king cannot join the d pawn since it's cut out. And if you go immediately, then then I can just promote to the pawn. d7, king e7, d8. If you give checks, I pick up on the way f6 pawn, and then I have 2 pawns. So we have a lot of ways to win this one.
Yeah.
What is the live position? The position is after king d7 still.
I wish I could think like this during my games. You make it the conversion seem so easy.
King b7 and d6 is on the board. So this is the live
Okay.
position.
So d6 is also there then. I'll just refresh. Oh, d6 hasn't been played. Oh, you meant king d6, king d7.
Oh no, I thought that d6 was played. It did appear to me like that, but no, it has not.
Yeah, Tan has played it very well. I think that this could be used as a miniature or just an instructive moment to analyze this endgame. I think it's very, very useful. Help us understand rook and pawn endings a little bit better. But it's incredible to take a 0-0 position like we saw with the 2 rooks still on the board to this position is just insane. And of course it looks easy using the engine or using the help of a grandmaster, but in practice it's very, very tough. We have to commend her. Oh,
d6, king b6 played.
there we go. King d8 here.
Let's see which winning attempt she goes for. Will it be king e6? Will it be king c8? Also king c8 is just there with d7, d8 coming.
Oh, lovely. Oh, that's really cool. I like that one.
So many options.
Mm,
Too many.
That's true.
It must be hard to choose which way to win when you have so many options.
So many ways to win. Yes. However,
Which one would you go for?
yeah, this is what I'm thinking about. Oh, okay. No, I think I would just play it simple. I'd play king d8, get the pawn as close as possible. Then it just seems like really, really difficult. Ooh, wait. Good question. No, maybe king e6. I'd play king e6. Because the moment the rook leaves the protection of this pawn, this king is so far away, it doesn't even matter. I want to use different colors. I don't know which one is blue. There's blue! Okay. And then, I don't know which one is yellow. There's yellow. We're using all the colors in the rainbow. Yeah, so king e6, go after the pawn on f6. And then sacrifice this little guy. His contributions have been incredible, so we thank him for his service. And then we take the pawn on h3 and home run.
Yeah.
What would you do here?
Seems like a safe approach. I think I would do. I would be afraid to go for some weird theoretical draw by giving up d pawn and leaving with staying with f pawn, knowing that it's winning. But if I have a choice, I would try to just promote the d pawn immediately, I guess. Yeah, she's thinking, she's choosing.
That's the perfect time to think. I wouldn't have chosen a better time.
So is there actually a way now from any logical moves how we can mess it up for white? Let's try to mess it up somehow.
You can spill tea on the board.
I don't think that really affects the result of the game. It's
You-
annoying, but
You can switch off the lights.
but so logical moves that don't win. How?
I think I'm going to add more lines. Because usually, actually a lot of moves win here. There was a moment where only one move won, and now multiple do.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That it's very, very hard to spoil this position.
Mm-hmm.
Just to imagine, like, of course, there is a way to not win it by
Yes.
playing just something very random, but just by playing in a logical way, it's very hard.
I'm very good at finding bad moves, so let me help you. This is one thing I'm actually good at here. So, something like Rook F7.
She played Rook F7?
No,
Oh, no, that's you.
it's
Okay.
me.
I see.
Rook H8
I was
is winning.
shocked.
Okay. Yeah, well, you tasked me to find moves that look logical but aren't. So, what
So
about...
Rook F7 was not winning, yeah? I saw the bar going crazy, so that's why I was surprised.
It's still like 0.6, but not enough. If 2 is not
Yeah,
enough, then 0.2. Okay.
Yeah, that's a draw. If it's that kind of evaluation, Rook Endgame is just a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Rook F7, she did spend time to get Rook H7, so I would not say that it's falls into logic move category. Rook
Okay.
H6 though could be played, but I think that's
Still winning.
still an easy win, yeah.
Yes.
I just got a very logical move, because some of the lines where the king got to d6, we would immediately have the Rook takes f6. I would actually seriously consider this as a candidate move here,
Oh, Rook H6.
because black is stuck,
Mhm.
and yeah, you could even in some cases just pick up the f6 pawn and go back.
And then
don't
sacrifice
need
the
it, but-
rook and... No, never mind.
No, I think you would not need even to do that. Then the pawns would get exchanged, and then we just promote with a d pawn.
Okay.
She went for king d8. Okay, we can stop
Ooh, your
wondering.
approach. Yeah, we don't have to look at crazy lines anymore. So we went between, well, what our candidate moves were initially were king d8 and king e6. And she ended up going with the line that you would play as well. Because if rook here, would you give up the pawn and play rook takes h3, or would you play king e7
I think I would play d7.
or d7 with the pawn? Okay.
But actually, there's an interesting line here. Here we can play king e7, and after rook c6. Oh,
Maybe
I
just
somehow
rook
thought we
d3.
could- I
Oh,
wanted to exchange the rooks on d6.
yes,
but
that's what I
couldn't
was
get
looking
there.
at too. Doesn't it work?
Or
But king like c7 or something.
no, this is winning as well. But I
Oh.
just also understood that there is no need for that. We can just go rook h6 and take it immediately.
Don't be schmancy. Okay.
But yeah, rook e3, rook e6. That's also will be just a clear win. Like
Mm-hmm.
the king is cut off, and so we are just gonna take the pawn, promote f7, create a bridge, and this is like the first rook endgame. I think that usually the kids are taught how to make a bridge, how to promote one pawn
Out of
if your king
toothpicks.
is in front of it. So I assume that there would be no surprises if we got to that here
Mhm.
today.
Yeah. There should be extra
So-
points for style. Yeah. King d8. 7 minutes left. Let me just refresh because the clocks do get stuck sometimes. Okay, 5 minutes left. Is there a second time control? I assume there's after 60 moves, maybe?
No, there's nothing more.
There's
That's it.
nothing. Okay. Yeah. Just checking chat as well. Yeah, in all honesty, if I were to look at this position, I would, for a brief moment, think that it's a draw. Without an engine, of course. There absolutely should be style points. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, just like in some gymnastics or something, there should be a line of judges sitting and just awarding the score after the
Precisely.
game.
Yes, and like holding up a placard that says 10 on it or something. And you could look over at any moment and see what you're scoring. Yeah. Wait, that would be cheating. So you only get the placards after the game. But they're sitting there watching you for 5 hours, going, yeah, this is a +1 right there. Yeah. Just like the chess.com evaluations with great moves and brilliancies. Should have that in chess too. I did have a brilliancy prize awarded against me at a tournament where I was playing against a 2300. He played the wing gambit against me in the French. And he played such a great game against me that he won a brilliancy prize. And the worst part was they announced like the whole pairing at the award ceremony would be like, Watu against Jesse. I was like, oh no. Yeah. It was great.
Yeah, it is. I think it's strange when there is the best game award given for a winning game, and they do mention the person who lost, but they don't give a prize to the person who lost. Because actually, even if the game is lost, both players together created this game.
Exactly.
They both should receive it.
That's what I keep saying. You should give brilliancy prize to both people. But then, wouldn't you agree that some people might set it up that way? Maybe not. Maybe.
Well, it's hard to set it up like that, and it's like, of course, some people can agree for like a good draw, good result anyways, but it's like it's cheating, and those prizes usually are not really that life-changing, let's say that, to go through very big lengths to achieve them.
Are we allowed to discuss scandals on this stream? I don't know where the line is drawn. Maybe I can draw the line for us. So there was a recent scandal in women's chess. I think it's the Grand Prix series that has to do with the brilliancy prizes. And one player's oath to just retire chess completely due to the fact that they were not awarded the brilliancy prize. I don't know if you saw that.
I'm aware of the incident you're speaking of.
Yeah.
And but yeah, that is the thing. It's so subjective, these brilliancy prizes, and there is no fair way how to do it. If there's just some commission to make it, then it's just few people basically deciding what they like for their taste. If you put it to any sort of voting on social media, then it's all about who is gonna have the bigger followage and stuff like that. Also, not about who has the better game.
It's horrible that it becomes a popularity contest, because then you're taking the value out of it completely. It really does suck. I'm sorry for all parties involved, because it's also not a great feeling to be on the receiving end of a prize like that, and maybe you don't feel like you deserve it. So it's just a lose-lose.
Ooh, now we might see the end of the game in just a moment here. It is close. It is very, very close. So do we just go King E7?
I think so. Was that played or was that you? Okay, that was you.
That was me. And
Right.
just pick it up here. And yeah, and you can't even promote to the queen, because we just promote here and take the queen and that's it.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
And this position is gonna be so easily winning that I think that on the spot, Black would just resign here. King is somewhere on another planet. It's not where
Probably.
it should be.
Yeah, he works for Elon Musk.
So yeah.
I think that's a wrap, but we still need to see the results before we can be convinced of anything. And yeah, this is not even a move that we had considered, so I don't think we can call it a day just yet. Given, I mean, of course we're putting all our eggs in one basket. Wait, that's not it. We're counting our eggs before they hatch. All the egg sayings. Yes, but yeah, but I think this is still winning, right? Sips coffee.
Yeah, of course. I think it's not possible to really make a mistake here with logical moves. It's just so winning that you have to have like a complete brain error to not win this.
Mm-hmm.
I like sometimes they happen at the end of the games or something like the situations that I don't really have another way to describe them, just as an error, really, like brain error, just some malfunction, just that's it.
Yeah, EXE.
But
Stop
yeah,
working.
just
Error 404. 1 minute remaining. Is this minute, do you think, being spent rather just trying to accept the result? Or still trying to figure a way out of this web?
it's just trying to find one last trick.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about that. Like you know that it's lost and so on. You know that it's completely lost. It's not up to you, but that you maybe just try to find one last trick where opponent could rush, making some very tempting move, and then you could get some chances because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
Very, very
it
unlucky.
seems
It seems. Sorry. Yes?
that there is no way. I think that the best trick you can do is to somewhere hope that white is gonna do some 2-3 bad moves in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But that's I would not really count on that happening here.
Maybe a last try just being king c6 and then trying to come closer.
Yeah, but king c6 we just get king c8 even.
Oh, there was a quick update of moves. I just want to go back and see what happened. Okay, so check, getting the rook. And then I must say
Okay.
that plus 96 is a big advantage.
Now at least it's clear that we cannot move the king
Yeah. Ooh.
because of the check and promotion for the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. But
suppose.
what we can do is we can play something like king rook e2,
Yeah.
and in the next move play king e8 when there is no
Very
longer a
big
check.
bridge. Yeah.
All right, that is something like a bridge construction. Yeah, so that's actually a good point by Anna in the chat, that players could be just preparing for the press conference and all the annoying questions that they'll have to answer, especially when you're playing with black pieces that you
Yeah.
know what's coming. You're obliged to speak about it, about
Oh,
all the
gosh.
questions for you to describe your rook f5 maneuver and so on, and you're just
Yeah.
like getting ready for it.
Oh, that is rough. Okay, that's both funny and probably true to some degree. So thank you for the laugh. Oh,
Yeah, and also we actually had before, like this is about to be over, that the game was blundered on move 40, but really the game was not blundered on move 40. The game was blundered few moves before, when the idea of putting the rook on f5 occurred, because it was not a one move blunder. It was simply complete like misplaying of the position, like misplacing the piece, and due to that. Like when you make such a big inaccuracy in a rook endgame, it's not that in the next move suddenly you're going to start playing with completely different plan in a brilliant way. You already thought of a plan, and this plan was starting with rook f5, and it was just the wrong losing plan, and it was done way before move 14.
yeah, the timing was a little bit unfortunate. I feel like had that critical moment, or that moment where she could have played or did play rook f5 happened after move 40, perhaps she would have spent, you know, a lot more time deciding on whether or not that was a good plan or not. But I think that there's a result. Tom's.
Yes, we have a result. It is in. So Tan Zhongyi wins the game and takes the lead in the match, 1.5 against half after 2 games. And wow, it looked like there is no way that we are gonna see a result of 2 game today anymore. Just we saw the draw everywhere.
Yes.
But the players did surprise us, and they are fighting till the end every game, and the chances do appear in every position. And it's gonna be interesting to see what happens after this in the following games in 2 days.
Exactly. They're heading into a rest day tomorrow, and then we will be back with round number 3 on Sunday. So a whole rest day. And what do you think they'll be up to? This is probably a question that they're going to get at the press conference. What are you going to do on the rest day? And that's, what do you think? Recuperating? Sightseeing?
I think just a typical chess grandmaster answer. Just a little bit of preparation and a lot of rest and some walk and some movies or TV series.
I love that. That's the best answer. It's very zen. But thank you so much, Toms. This was amazing, thrilling ending, and very instructive as well. Sorry for pestering you with so many questions about the endgame, but I'm glad that I was able to learn a bit. And honestly, this was very entertaining. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you too. It was fun, and I hope I was not too taking a role of a teacher or something.
Was
But
perfect.
just but yeah, it was an interesting game, and result really makes me happy because it just promises more fighting in the future games, because players, they cannot make draws anymore till the tie breaks, as somebody needs to win for tie breaks
It's
to
true.
occur.
It's true. So we'll be back on Sunday, and stay tuned. Thank you so much to all the viewers and the chatters. It was great to communicate about the game, and obviously to see all of you again. Okay, we're going to call it there, Toms.
Yes. So everybody have a good day, and see you in 2 days.
Yeah. Bye bye.